Dax. Hi, hello. What we are going to do today is to play finally Teeny Beanie. Finally. New game, not new game, because we have already played load savings. We have this one, but I remember that we played from this moment and we played the whole stream. I don't remember I don't remember exactly, but we played something like 4 hours from this moment. Maybe less, maybe more, I don't remember, but it is strange. Strange that we... strange that we don't have the savings from here. Your English is good, thank you. Where did you study? The university? I already graduated from the university, and yes. Thank you one more time.
Я прочла твои ответы.
What is going on here? Auto. Oh, yeah, backlog. Так, where we stopped? What is going on? Yes, we really don't have, I don't understand. Load. Empty slots. How strange. How strange. I don't know what to do. We will play from this point. I don't remember what I choose previously. Okay, maybe let's... Will you lose unsaved? Yes.
Я прочла твои ответы.
I've read your answers. It's Polina. Так, Polina is a girl with a violin, as I remember, with the long brown hair, with violin, with granddad. That's all that I remember as for her. And seems like our boy fell in love with her or something like that, like this. I'm not sure, but something that I remember. It is like when we played it when I was in Poland. It's approximately at least 3 months ago. What a bad memory. Having bad memory is a bad sign. So, Polina and Polina and I have a dialogue in the phone, and we are making hearts on the sketching sketching hearts on the paper. That's all that I remember. And as I remember correctly, next will be our animals will come to us. I don't remember. Okay, let's see.
Действительно, Кармен нравится.
Do you really like Carmen? Answers. It is a book of friends that we wrote our answers on the book with friends. Okay, this I remember.
Мне, если по правде, русский рок больше нравится.
I like Russian rock more, to be honest. Okay.
Но я почему-то постеснялся это написать.
But I was too embarrassed to put it there for some reason. Why, boy, why? There is a story when I was very young and I was studying at school. There was a topic actually in English. What type of music do you like, or something like this, about music. There was a topic about music, and a lot of boys and girls told about rock bands, some pop music, something like maybe like the most amount, the big amount of people told that they like rock, and at that time I didn't like rock. I like rap, and I told about rap, and I remember that even teacher was like, "What rap? What you're talking about? Bad music, something like this. Bad teachers." So strange school. Okay, whatever. But I was too embarrassed to put it there for some reason.
А хочешь, Антоша, и я честной буду?
And do you want me to be honest with you too, Antosha?
Конечно.
Of course. Oh my, he's an artist. My pen drew an outline of a girl's face, her eyes, her long eyelashes. Paulina spoke in a harsh voice, probably to keep her grandpa from hearing. Oh, I remember she is living with a grandpa, and this grandpa was insisting that she needs to play violin. As I remember correctly, violin. But whatever, okay.
Мне здесь ужасно тоскливо.
I'm bored to death here. Oh, I remember it.
Дома?
At home?
В поселке.
In the village. My dear, what a pity.
Здесь никогда и ничего не происходит.
There is nothing going on here, and if there is, it's always something nasty. Oh my. Where do you... She's a child. How does she find out that everything that is going on in this village is nasty? Like rumors in the village or what? Interesting. Very interesting.
И дело даже не в пропавших детях.
And it's not even about the missing kids. Ah, here we go, missing kids. Oh yes, actually, the whole village knows about missing kids. But maybe something good in this village also? Okay, she's a kid, but whatever.
Музыки мало.
There is almost no music here.
Но у тебя же кассеты есть.
Don't I have your cassettes?
Я не про записи.
I'm not talking about audio records.
Я про... Ну, голос этого места.
I mean this place's voice. Okay, what voice do your place have? Very interesting. What does she mean by this? Like voice of village. The first thing that come to my mind is chickens, and that's all I don't know, and cows. Why not?
Он не мелодичный. Все шуршит, как патефонная игла, скрипит, воет изредка.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. It's not melodic at all. Okay, give me a second. I will make a sound a little bit more for you to make you more scared. I will not more scared, but you will. It's not melodic at all. It's rusting like a record player needle. It's just squeaks and moans from time to time.
Тут неуютно.
It feels uncomfortable, suffocating. Poor girl.
Не знаю, как объяснить тебе.
I don't know how else to explain this. You just want to get this little boy, how to say? He's not naive, but he is, it seems to me, a little bit. You want to get this little naive boy and escape from this village, or what? He's too young for it. I mean, too small, even not too young. I don't know how else to explain this. My pen's tip drafted a house surrounded by tall trees. The music changed.
Кажется, я тебя понимаю.
I think I know what you mean. I also want to escape from this village. Let's do it together.
Моя сестренка говорит, что чувствует себя заточенной в темницу.
My little sister says that she feels like a prisoner here. Oh.
Вот и я. Я очень люблю дедушку. И бросить его боюсь.
Me too, but I love Grandpa. I don't want to abandon him. The first picture of this draft was much more nicer than this one. This one is a bit creepy.
А порой так хочется убежать.
Sometimes I just want to escape so badly, somewhere very far away. You're too young for this. Too young, like how much? 12 years? Hello. Yes, Teeny Beanie finally. She's what I'm talking about. She's too young. She's too young and too small for even thinking about. But 12 years, maybe not so small. I don't know. 12 years. 12 years and you want to escape from village already. Suspicious. Into the forest, I thought half-heartedly, to run under the falling snowflakes that make your fur white, and the branches that hide you from prying eyes. Fur? What?
Я, когда рисую, будто путешествую.
When I draw, I feel like I'm transported to another place. It's like listening to music or watching films, seems like.
У меня также со скрипкой.
Violin, yes. It's the same for me and the violin. That's what I'm talking about. Just do it and don't think even about such kind of stuff. Oh, what?
Летаю по смычку в небо.
Knife? I ran up the bowstride to the sky. I realized I was drawing a butterfly knife. I crossed over. Why? Thinking of Romka ruined my mood. Why? It's Romka. Should I? It's Romka. I'm sorry. Should I tell her? Should I warn her about his plans to seduce her? Ah, yes, it is love triangle. Yes. It is love triangle. I just realized, not realized, I just remember that, yes, unfortunately we played, but it wasn't saved, that's why, yes. Some things I already knew, but not fourth episode. I just wanted to play fourth episode and we suddenly started from this episode. Unfortunately, we don't have savings. I could throw a wrench into these plans. But what about our Voltron team? Voltron team, of course. They may not be my best friends, but we're still buddies. Boys. Who would I become if I betray them? Polina and... Oh my god. I was scared already, but there was a scary moment. Stop drilling, please. I'm just... Okay, we will wait. Well, that's all? Cruel neighbors. Так. Полина and Ромка. Voltron team. I don't want to betray my friends because it is Romka and Basha, but Romka. Romka. How dare I? Yes, Romka did act horrible from time to time. He was unfair towards others and manipulated the weak. But it is Romka. But something told me that friendship wasn't just a word to him. Didn't I wish to make friends in this new place? Of course you did, you are a kid. No one wants to be alone. Even though they were as monstrous as the ancient forest scenery outside my window. I lifted my glasses, rubbed my eyes. Not animals will come. Romka will come. What? What is wrong?
Поскорей бы уже повзрослеть.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I wish I could grow up faster. Yes, first... You're... what? First of all, you need to grow up to decide to escape from this damn place.
Думаешь, будет проще?
Do you think it will make life easier? She's a wise woman. We need to be very, very suspicious to her. Because she is talking like a wise old woman, not young girl. Opa, the doorbell rang before I could reply. What is the music? So... Can you hear it? It's so... light. It's not the atmosphere of this door. My wandering gaze stumbled upon the door. Romka and Basha came to pick me up for the rehearsal, and I was supposed to help them lure away the girl I like. So he likes her. Okay.
Полин, подожди минутку.
Полина, wait a moment. Music is still very light, but I'm ready. I remember that there is not Basha and Roma. Music is still light. I made a couple of steps and pressed myself into the door. Look. Okay. The light bulb hanging on the outside illuminated the porch, and I could discern two short silhouettes through the frozen peephole. Look what the cat dragged in. Basha and Roma. Hopefully.
Подождите, я сейчас!
Please wait. I'll be out in a moment. I'm sorry, but what is going on with his mother and all of other parts of the family? He's just screaming that he will go outside at night. Music disappeared. I know. I'm ready. I am ready to all stuff. I returned to the phone and picked up the handset.
Мне надо бежать.
What? I need to run. Good luck.
Мне тоже.
Me too. Where are you going? Полина.
Спасибо, что выслушал.
Thanks for lending an ear. Opa. My ear vibrated from the buzzing sounds. I lowered the handset on the phone and snuck a peek at the staircase. My mom, engrossed in her favorite TV show, didn't hear the ringer. So The first of all, doorbell. Then he screamed at the door that he will go out and no one just hear it. I couldn't believe it. Yes, she was like engrossed in her favorite TV show, but still, it is a child. Opa, he is already ready. I put on my shoes and hat without warning anyone and slipped into the dark winter evening. The best decision ever. I blinked, getting used to the twilight, and wind plucked at my cheeks. It carried the cold, resinous smell of coniferous trees from the forest. Freezing air cracked somewhere in the field. Okay, two shadows loomed in front of the gate. I could only recognize them as my classmates because of their height. It's not Basha, I remember. Be ready, boys. I walked towards the fence, listening to the howling wind and the squeaking snow. Where are you going? One of the figures moved and slowly glided towards the thicket like an ice scatter. I slowed down and touched my glasses, trying to adjust my vision to the surrounding darkness. Vori landed on my shoulders like a weightless snowflake. A snake woke up in my belly and started whistling. I felt nauseous. I thought about home, the flimpy fortress behind my back. Can I choose to go with them or to stay home? If I could, I will stay home, please. Mom and Ola were sitting on the second floor of the warm house in front of the TV, watching the adventures of characters in Santa Barbara. And why are you doing it? I really didn't want to be a part of Romka's plan. And what I wanted, even less, was going there to the place where a double shadow was wavering in the wind. Why so slow? Sounds like Basha, but it's not Basha, I remember. We are freezing here. Basha's voice was trembling and the restless Romka was letting out the clouds of steam. He looked deep in thought. And in love. We are freezing to the bone. Move it.
Да иду.
I'm going. No. I heaved a deep sigh and walked forward, kicking snow piles. I remember Basha froze in place, facing the taiga. He was a hand's reach away, and I put my numb wrist on his shoulder. For some reason, probably to make sure it wasn't a dream. It is worse than a dream. Boy, go escape. Fuck. I was prepared. These stupid sounds. A pointy beak was directing at me, stern, with feathers that formed an owl face. I was prepared. Something wearing it. Oh my god. Something wearing a bird mask was staring at me.
До самых косточек.
To the bone! Hootie. Oh my god. The voice sounded exactly like Basha's, but there was somebody else hiding behind the feathers and cardboard. I sprinted away as if somebody whipped me. The masked creature only pretended to be Basha. I knew it. They wanted to lure me out. Yes, they already done it. I was running like crazy, drawing in snow. The house in front of me was rapidly growing. The yellow light in its window granted me hope. Granted. My mom and sister are there. My salvation. No, boy, no. I couldn't hear anything from behind me, as if nobody was chasing me. Maybe it's because they all can fly. They are the same height. I was already climbing the porch when I noticed another figure. From the soot-back shadow of my house, this scruffy wolf cub crawled out and stood in my way. Its movements were jerky, chaotic, as if it was performing some terrifying dance. He has arms. Yes, he has. It is definitely kids. It's kids, but what is wrong with them? Oh no, this game again. I'm already scared. I already get a screamer. Tony, hi, hello, nice to see you here. Unfortunately, we didn't have the saving from past time. That's why we need to replay it one more time. The whole moments, unfortunately. Not the whole game, but you're too nice to see. Thank you. So yes. What? Or convulsing during a stroke. And even though I could clearly see that the wolf's face was a mask, something in these werewolf's convulsions made me freeze in place. Something, maybe these things that dropped from his mouth and these sounds. Can you hear it? Or should I make it slower or vice versa? Because I don't understand. Seems like it is very... Seems like it is very, very loud. I made a little bit... It's a little loud, I think. Yes. I saw. Is it okay now? Seems like should be better. Yes. Okay. Nice. As the boy in wolf's costume rubbed his side against the porch post and fell to his knees. Better. Thank you for this. How is it going? How are you doing, Tony? Are you still at work? Today is Thursday, so yes, you should work already, or what? He bent his back so hard that I expected his spine to crack. Oh my god. As the beast's eyes stone. Good, yes, working. Oh, okay. I see. The beast's eyes shone. But he didn't attack. He kept crawling around and running on all fours. I shifted my feet, my mouth agape, trying to keep him in my line of sight. Something was crinkling from the slit in the mask. Oh, it is drops of his... Oh my god. Virke's drops fell off the wooden planks. Saliva. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my god. Why he's oh my god, so much water out of his mouth. Seems like he just got, I don't know, the whole bottle into his mouth and just dropped it. What is wrong? So much. Some unknown force pushed me in the back, whispering me to save myself. Fucking creepy teddy bear. Creepy teddy bear. The fence was flashing by and the edge of my vision. Teddy bear, bye. I was running in another direction this time, towards the toothy edge of the forest that smelled of pine. No. No! My heartbeat measured time. The wolf boy growled behind my back as if he forgot his human nature. He made grrr. My right leg got stuck in the snow laden cavity. I yanked it out, cursing under my breath, and fell to the ground. Plastering snow prevented me from standing up, from propping myself against anything, but my unbound thirst of life helped me get out of that trap. Darkness was creeping closer, like the toxic fumes of burial pyres. Yo-mayo. I ran again, gasping for air that stung my throat. My hair swayed in the wind. I lost my hat. Yes, actually, where is your hat? When I fell down. And my ears were now hot from the freezing cold, while most of my body was still sweaty. Yeah, oh fuck. He will die. The field finally ended. After realizing that running into the forest wasn't the smartest decision I could make, I dove into the line of trees. I ran without stopping, my face covered with one of my palms. I didn't want to lose my eye to some random branches. Whipped my clothes, picked my skin like brooches that were herding a pig into the grinder. A knock of roots sprouting from the ground grabbed my foot. It finished. I ramped into the scratchy trunk, slid down to its base, and looked around in panic. Oh, hello! You're so fast! Alisa! Oi, 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 oi. My first desire was to dash towards her and hug her. Oh my. Oh my. I resisted it and squeezed myself even tighter into the pine.
Что ты здесь делаешь?
You? What are you doing here? This and that? My favorite character here. She was holding my hat I lost. Where you find it? My dear, I have so much questions. What? Working part-time in Lost and Found. Put it on or your ears will freeze and maybe even fall off soon. You, my... He giggled. I squinted in suspicious and shifted my gaze back and forth between her and the hat, scared that Alisa might be holding a severed head or something even more sinister. But in the end, my head turned out to be just my hat. He never let me down. She helped me every time. I don't remember whether I already found this black little cube building in the middle of the forest. If yes, so it was the first time when she betrayed me. But before it, nothing that can show her bad mood as for me. She's suspicious, yes, because she's like a girl with mask in the forest, but still she's a character who tried to help me every time. Better or not, I don't know, but in the end my head turned out to be just a hat. Take, of course. I took it and pulled it over my forehead. Feeling warmer? I didn't reply.
Там во дворе были какие-то дети.
You should say thank you, boy. If you get something that you lost and someone returned it to you, you at least should say thank you. Bad boy. There were some children in the yard.
И что, покусали тебя, что ли?
And did they bite you or something?
Нет.
No.
А чего же ты убежал?
Then why did you run away? So he ran and ran and ran and ran and already was in the edge of forest, and still his house. Is it his house? Seems like his house. Still there. What is it? What a starry night. Beautiful. Then why did you run away? The answer was obvious, but after rowing the thought on my tongue, I mumbled.
Не знаю.
I don't know.
Обещал не обзывать тебя дурачком.
Oh, why did I promise to never call you a dunce again?
А я обещание исполняю.
Oh well, I keep my promises, but she already did it. In that way. Opa. Why is it so close? Girl, distance, please, distance. She walked up to me and grabbed me by the elbow. I sensed the familiar aroma of mint, oranges, and burnt sparkles. I wanted to lean into Alisa to savor the minute details of her smell.
Сколько можно повторять? Со мной ты в безопасности.
How many times do I need to tell you? You're safe as long as you're with me, but there wasn't you. There was just bear and wolf and all, but not you. Where you was?
Я твой друг.
There you were. I'm your friend. Suspicious.
И они.
And there too. His face is just, what the fuck? I quickly turned around toward the place the fox girl was pointing to. Opa! Our new friends. Kids in masks appeared at the clearing. At least they looked like kids since they were all pretty small. Short. Opa! Hello! Wolf boy and old girl and bear boy. So it is girl? It is girl? Who is? Ё-моё. Wolf boy and old girl and bear boy. Teddy bear boy. Why is it? He's crazy. He's definitely crazy. They are huffed and gasped for air, clearly tired from running around. I'm so sporty boy, athlete. I can run around and they couldn't.
Я думала, ты в снег провалился.
I thought you fell through the snow.
Стало снеговать, нет тебя.
She sounds like a granny. Started digging around. How to sound like a granny? Started digging around, but couldn't find you.
А я не копал. Лень копать было.
And I didn't care enough. It seems like I have a new favorite character. And I didn't.
А ну как получается? Если дурак, ты бегай да копай.
You see, if you are dumb, you run around and dig. What the friends they are. It seems like they are not friends to each other.
А если умный, подожди, пока другие набегаются, накопаются и устанут.
And if you are smart, you will wait until the others get tired of running around and digging. Smart! Smart bear boy. Teddy bear boy.
Тогда заводи разговор.
Then you start talking.
Как я рад.
You're red, but not red. He said that he's very nice to meet me.
Дегенерат.
Okay.
А?
Huh? What the fuck?
Обращай внимание, он со странностями.
Don't mind him, he's a weirdo. I see. I stood there stupefied, my mouth agape and my hands dangling helplessly. I had no idea how to react to these words of these late-night guests, but I managed to squeeze out something resembling a smile. Very nice to meet you.
Вы просто меня напугали.
You just scared me, that's all. Opa, all band here. Look at them, from left to right. They started looking at each other, and somebody even snorted as if I said something funny.
Лиса права.
Yes, the fuck is right.
Это он.
He is the one. What is wrong with your hand? Left hand. Yes, left hand. Okay, remember. Here is the one. Who?
Нет, это наш.
No, there's our. What our?
Неужели нашли?
Ah, Bunny. Have you finally found him?
Зайчик.
Our Bunny.
Да, похож.
Yeah, yes, he looks the part. He's like a little puppy. He sounds like a little puppy. What is wrong? Who is texting me all the time? The wolf boy started wagging a part of his costume like it was his tail in excitement. Little puppy. First.
Ну, конечно, ты первый.
Of course you are first.
Это волчик раньше всех почуял зайчика в тебе и рассказал нам.
Wolfie here was the first to sense the bunny in you. He told us about you. Понятно.
Здравствуй.
Hello.
С нашей совушкой ты знаком не понаслышке.
Хути.
Какая же она и страшная, правда?
And you already met our Hootie Or she isn't that scary, isn't she? She is.
Да, наверное.
I guess.
А этот улыбчивый бугай — медвежутка.
There was a background noise, very creepy. And this smiling big guy is Teddy bear.
Ты лучше с ним поласкавее, а то голову откусит.
Be mindful with him or he'll chew off your head. I see his teeth. Oh my god. Looks like the teeth not from bear but from human. These two have not human masked teeth, but this one is creepy in his own with these teeth like, oh fuck.
Зачем это?
What for?
Да, смотрю, ты чувство юмора где-то обронил.
I see you also dropped your sense of humor somewhere on the way here. Very funny, Alisa, very funny. I was still unsure if these peculiar little animals had the best intentions in mind, so I hid my hands behind my back, trying to look away from the gaping holes of their carnival masks. Alisa put her hands to her sides in a theatrical manner and somehow managed to wink with her fox mask. Oh fuck. Oh my.
Когда в следующий раз придем, будем звенеть в колокольчики, чтобы ты не так боялся нашего визита.
The next time don't came to me. First of all, I will ring bells for you. No thanks, just don't came to me. That's all. Actually, I was waiting for Roma and Biasha. I don't have time to hang out with you. That way, you'll be less scared of our visit.
Разве есть колокольчики?
Do we even have any bells?
Чур, я звенеть не буду.
I won't be ringing.
У меня лапка
My
болит.
paw hurts. Oh. My smile was no longer fake.
О, зубы показал. Это добрый знак.
Ah, you showed us your teeth. That's a good sign.
Ожидала, что сможем тебя рассмешить.
I didn't expect you to find us fun. You expected what from me? What do you want? So suspicious.
Думала, это под силу только Диснейленд.
Oh, I thought it was an emotion reserved strictly to Disneyland. Oh,
Откуда ты знаешь?
how do you know that? She already heard my story about it. Or she's reading my thoughts.
Да так, прочитала кое-где.
I read about it somewhere in this diary. In this diary, we stated this fact. And who owns this diary? I see. You read about me?
Про клюв от воробья. Про Диснейленд яхонтовый.
Aren't you funny? No, about Disney, darling.
Ты умеешь читать по-человечески?
You can read human?
Зря я, что ли, в школу хожу день ото дня.
Do you think I've been going to school every day for nothing? What? She's even starting with me. Fucking fuck. Oh, and Snow comes up. And then she sang in a coquettish voice.
Детей не замечать, как мечты их развенчать. Учат в школе, учат в школе, учат в школе. Крепко-накрепко вломить, с детства слабеньких чморить. Учат в школе, учат в школе, учат в школе.
Okay, we will read it. Where to learn about neglect, where to get your dreams all wrecked. At your local school, of course, and in your classroom. Where to hit kit every week, where to prey on all the meek. At your local school, of course, in your classroom. Okay. I let out a cautious laugh. Opa, who is it? Here is someone in the fur coat or something like this. It seems like it is she because a little lower than others. Suspicious. My new acquaintances didn't seem scary anymore. On the contrary, they looked friendly and welcoming. There was something about them that attracted me. Just like this clearing, this moon, and the snowflakes that fell backwards from the ground to the sky as if someone was rewinding a tape. The masked kids got close and I felt their touch. They gave me friendly taps, felt my clothes, as if checking whether I was real. There was no animalistic malice in their touch, only pure childish curiosity. For some reasons, I thought to myself, I can't trust them. You just met them in the forest at night when the snowflakes go backwards. Nothing creepy. You can trust them, of course. Boy, snowflakes was just kept on floating upwards.
Никто тебя больше не обидит.
Nobody will hurt you anymore, but no one hurt me before. Friend.
Пусть только попробуют.
Yeah, if somebody even tries to. The fox gave me a slight tug and burst out laughing.
Ну что, Тоша, убежишь с воплями? Или с нами пойдешь?
Well then, Tosha, will you run away screaming or come with us? No, I don't want to come with you. I'm actually waiting for Tosha, for Tosha, oh fuck, for Basha and Romka. What about Basha and Romka? Where are they?
Куда?
Where to?
На аттракционы!
To the amusement park. At that moment, Taiga's deceptive silence was broken by the sound of the distant flute. Sorry, I need to check what is going on. Who is... Так. Okay. Nothing too special. Distant flute. Music, actually. Who was talking about music with us? This Polina, yes? She told that it wasn't enough for her as for music in this place. Flute. Suddenly, mesmerizing and alluring, it brought about the ring of crystal glass and the whispers of a fresh winter spring. Someone is here. If I had any doubts before, the flute sound shattered the last of them. I started following my new friends before I could even make my decision. Opa! My legs carried me of their own will. The tunnels made of pines stepped apart. Bushes bold in front of our procession. Everything looked dreamlike, because even the clearing and end up because even the clearing we ended up on, I only saw in my dream. Very beautiful, but what is wrong with the snowflakes? The flute soared up in the treetops like some fantastical birds. The snowflakes floated up in the spiral. The moon painted tree branches with silver. Alisa gasped in amazement. I was also in a Eve. Так, I want to save. I want to save before I couldn't. Not to play again. I tilted my head from time to time. I will save it because I don't want to lose all of it again. I tilted my head backwards as far as I could. Whew, what a sight!
Очень красиво.
That's so beautiful. Wolfie howled in agreement. Crazy.
Мелочи.
There is nothing.
Я покажу гораздо больше.
I'm not sure that I want. I can show you much more. I'm not sure that I want.
Если захочешь.
Oh, if you want. I'm not sure that I want. You know, it's a little bit crazy things. That's why I don't really know whether I want to go with you. I did want. Crazy boy. I wanted to see what the fox girl I saw with her eyes hidden in the semi-dark of her cape. Now I didn't feel weird about these masked kids. I felt weird of being the only one without a mask. I felt like I was naked in the January winds.
Скажите, а зачем вам маски?
Why do you wear those masks? I was trembling, but I wasn't scared. My trembling wasn't caused by the cold. It originated from the peculiar anxiousness, the anticipation of something amazing.
А тебе зачем?
And why do you ask? I touched my cold cheek.
Я без маски.
I'm not wearing one.
Обожаю человеческие сказки.
I love human tales.
Человеческие ласки.
Human nails?
Человеческие дрязги.
Human fails.
Я же говорила,
I've already told you.
все жители поселка носят маски.
All the villagers wear masks.
Скрываются за ними отнюдь не люди.
It's just you won't find anything human underneath them.
И даже я?
Even me?
Ты такой рассеянный, Антон.
You're so clumsy, and Tom. Who is going to say to me, Teddy bear?
Однажды мы уже нашли твои очки.
We already found your glasses once already.
И шапку.
And your hat.
И
Опа.
настоящее лицо.
And your real face. So they want to tell us that all humans are inside animals, and they are like animals with the masks, but their faces are human faces, or what? I don't understand what is going on. If it is so easy to get the mask and to put it just, I don't even know. It's not even like superpowers. It's more like human origin or what. And your real face. I looked at the mask the fox was holding out to me. The bunny mask that looked like a silver ingot under the moonlight. I was curious to see the world through its slits. Can I not take it? Go away, go home. No, okay. Suddenly, it's the same actually picture when she gave me a hat, and the same as when she's giving me mask. Нет, ты еще не прошла зайца, что ли? Нет, я остановилась на... В общем, я играла 3 месяца назад, и я прошла 3 эпизода. Но потом буквально... Ну, когда месяц назад вышел 4-й, я зашла в игру, и у меня ничего не сохранилось. То есть это... Вот это я играла, но я не помню уже толком. Как бы помню какие-то отрывки, и потом собираю все воедино, вот. Какие-то детали замельчаю еще. А так нет, я не прошла. Я очень хотела сегодня поиграть в 4-й эпизод. В итоге я открыла, а у меня не сохранился половина 3-го, поэтому вот так вот. Suddenly, fighting its way through the flute's melody. A thought came to me. The glasses they found were in Simon's possession. My new acquaintances must have known what happened to him. Or even worse.
А куда подевался Семен? Что с ним стало?
Music disappeared. And where did Simeon disappear to? What happened to him?
И с остальными детьми.
And the other children? Oh. The bear and the wolf look at each other's. She's like, okay. Okay, the wolf boy curled into a ball and the fox lowered the pointy nose of the mask.
Кого держали в клетке?
The one who was kept in the cage.
Кто режет мелко-мелко.
The one who cuts into little pieces. Roar.
Тот, кто носит кожаное лицо, забрал их.
The one who wears a skin face took them. Skin face, it's like human? A real human?
Умел бы я креститься, перекрестился.
If I knew how to cross myself, I'd do it.
Хотите сказать, это был человек?
So you're saying it was a human?
Чем ты только слушал?
Were you even listening to us?
Можно назвать такого, как он, человеком?
How can you call someone like him human?
Одно слово. Взрослый.
There is just one word for him, an adult. Okay, how much adults do we know? Not so much, actually. Not so much. There is not so much characters. We have mother, father. We know Katya's mother, who is teacher. Policeman. Who else? Policeman. Granny? Or not Granny? I don't remember Granny. There was some Granny or not. She's dead. She's dead. Grandfather. Polina's grandfather. Granddad. But we didn't knew him directly, but we knew the story from him. Stories. That's all. So one of these adults is our killer, so...
В мире взрослых так легко потеряться.
It's so easy to get lost in the adult world.
Убийцы, жестокие дрессировщики и равнодушные родители.
Killers, cruel animal trainers, and cold parents. Maybe policeman? But policeman, he's not a main character. Okay.
Лучше об этом
If you don't want to get sad, better not to think about them.
Не знаю, как вам, а мне печалиться совсем не хочется.
I don't know about you, but I definitely don't want to be sad.
И я сегодня какой-то не грустный.
Somehow, I'm also not sad today. Okay, so we need to have some sad days.
Антон,
Definitely.
ты
What about you, Anton? No, I'm just a little bit creeped because of your stories. Huh? Yeah, what the fuck? I was lost in thought, staring at the pines, trying to pinpoint the location of the flute. I was sure that the person who played it was standing right the penny stockade. I want to be happy, not sad. Who don't want? Someone tall, going over the holes in the flute with their long fingers.
сядем тосковать или займемся отдыхом?
Займемся отдыхом. What now? We are going to sit and be sad or have some fun? Oh, sit and be sad.
Алиса хотела что-то показать.
Alisa wanted to show me something.
Давай начнем с самой сладкой части программы.
Let's start with the sweet stuff. Let's start. You're my sweetheart. Alisa was play fun music. It's not she. Some flute somehow appeared, and we tried to find out where it came from, but we didn't, as I understand. He tried, but it wasn't successful. Let's start with the sweet stuff, my sweetheart. The fox girl took out the handful of candy from her pocket and handed them to each of the kids. Covers shuffled. The smell of pineapple, cocoa, and melon wafted through the air. Yeah, ого. So close, what? She even hugged me. The last treat, a chocolate-covered waffle candy, Alisa put right into my mouth. Там для Алисы есть новый саундтрек, крутой, который показали только на одном кадре, а написали полный трек. Это в 4-м эпизоде. Для Алисы есть саундтрек, ничего себе. В 4-м. Ну, я дойду. Там со словами или чисто музыка? Музыка, окей. Это где-то в начале или где? Ну, в общем, я дойду. Я обязательно дойду. Надо будет посмотреть, что там, как там. Блин. Интересно. Я немножко проспойлерила себе чуть-чуть, но я думаю, что там незначительно. The last treat, And all the other animals was like, it's okay when someone put the fingers into your mouth with chocolate. Not so strange at all. My tongue was engulfed in spiciness. I felt like my body was covered in fur and small sparks were running along it. I chewed on the waffle and the chocolate, gulped them down, enjoying the vivid taste.
Спасибо.
Thanks. Oh. My gratitude was barely audible because my lips were already touching the inside of a mask. I didn't even notice how I put it against my face. The papier-mâché was warm. The mask stuck to my skin, giving it a nice prickle. The kids, when you drive into a hot bath, when you drive into a hot bath after being outside in winter, when you lie there and purr from the soapy water. What the fuck?
Говорила же, это твое.
See, I told you, that is yours.
Моё.
Mine. So crazy, what the fuck?
Чего стоим? За нас веселиться никто не будет.
What are we waiting for? The fun won't have itself. Why are you... You wanted to tell me something or what? The melody kept swirling in the field like a hurricane. I couldn't wait to release the energy, the heat that this enchanting music was filling me with. It's not music, it's candy. Bad candy. Oh, fucking... The owl jumped and disappeared into the sky. I heard her laughter from somewhere above, and then she landed back, huffing and sighing.
Ты так можешь. Попробуй.
You can do too. Give it a try. I followed suit. Colorful, I remember. I feel torn off the ground. I flew toward the stars like a rocket and screamed from happiness after seeing my friends down below. Ё-моё. Even... It's definitely very bad candies. They colored everything. They are strange. Very beautiful, but very strange. What about? Вся в этом кадре накуренная какая-то. Да, они все такие тут. Ну ты посмотри на них. Они все тут как бы, ну, не просто конфетки жуют. Почему оно все цветное? Не могу понять. Ну, все понятно. Точнее, ну, как бы все понятно. Как бы нафиг, блин. Что за конфетки? The wind helped me fly. It felt like I was jumping on a huge trampoline. Ё-моё. The stars looked like vivid sparkles that I could reach and lick up. Beautiful. Even this is very beautiful. Very beautiful. I like the how drawn it is. The moon also got closer, and then I plunked. I got scared that I break my legs for a moment, but my soles landed softly on the ground and I regained my balance.
С нами ты в безопасности.
You're safe with us, of course. Of course. Who told me that?
И все твои мечты станут явью.
And all your dreams will come true. Just believe it. Just give us, I don't know, soul, or what do they want from me for these special candies? There should be some price. I should pay some price. It's nothing for free in this world.
Я так счастлива наконец обрести тебя.
I'm so happy that I finally found you.
Зайчик.
Bunny! In a fit of merry laughter, I realized the most important thing. These four are not a threat. I am a threat suddenly. My real enemies, and I felt that with every single hair on my mask, were those who knew nothing about magic, humans from the village. Of course. I also realized how alive my surroundings have become. I heard the dry grass under my snowman. I saw faces on the trees and the stars. Что за конфетки он кушает? The trees were smirking, and the stars were grimacing in fear. What the fuck? Okay, I see. That's right, be scared. I'll jump up to you and what? And what? And I snapped my teeth, then let out a jubilant laugh, jumping up along with the fox. Oh, how beautiful she is! Oh my god. We flew higher than the tallest pines and stayed in the air. She's beautiful and she has very interesting eye color. Very strange. As thrilled Alisa followed my rhythm. I knew that she was smiling, so I smiled too. How do you know? And the flute just kept on playing, carrying us higher and higher.
Ты чё, опять в облаках витаешь?
Чего? Hey? Got your head in the clouds again? Чего? It is the end. I need to save. Fuck, what? Yes, I want. Ромка. Not with you around. I thought trying to unglue my chin from the desk. My muscles felt slightly sore, but that feeling was pleasant. It's so strange. The whole class was wondering about for some reason. Whispering and passing notes to each other. В этом кадре есть ответ на главный вопрос, кто из людей Алиса, Полина или Катя, например. Кто из людей Алиса, Полина или Катя, например, у Полины голубые глаза, у Кати зеленые, следовательно, никто из них не Алиса. А может, она под специальными конфетками и маска меняет цвет? Как маска помогает ему видеть без очков, так она может и менять цвет, в принципе. Она же вся в таком рыженьком. По идее, она и должна быть рыженькой какой-нибудь. Она же лиса. Ну, блин. Кстати, интересно. Интересно. The whole class was wondering about for some reason, whispering and passing notes to each other. It's also very interesting how he got to the class, and moreover, as for eye color, yes, it's kind of weird. Moreover, we don't know any other eye colors than hers. Кстати, да, может быть, они сделали специально цветным один кадр с ней, чтобы запутать еще больше. Интересно. Кстати, да, такие вот детали интересные, конечно, вообще. The whole class was wondering about for some reason, whispering and passing notes to each other. Their faces looked like discolored masks to me, bleak and boring. Of course, when you have some special candies, and after these candies, everyone will look like discolored masks. I yearned to remember the time I was soaring high above the forest, with Alisa by my side, laughing and squeezing my hand. Perhaps no, probably it was all just a dream. Because I didn't walk back from the forest, just woke up in my bed on a normal morning with tea and medicine. До этого, кстати, у нее глаза были голубые, и это оставили надолго, и только сейчас Фиг со мной, когда вышел 4-й эпизод, написать про это баг давно. А-а-а. Типа голубые глаза у Алисы? Интересно, интересно. Very интересно. Because I didn't walk back from the forest, just woke up in my bed. It's definitely some medicines. Medicines, not like he take, but medicines with these stupid candies. One more kid. Still, I was hardly worried about trying to find a returnal explanation of my night dance. That feeling of flight was much more important. Roma is not satisfied at all. My knowledge of how it feels to be... No music. To be hanging in the air above the treetops of majestic pines and begging my teeth on the moon. Bearing. What do you want?
Чё? Пока ты носом клевал, Катька пропала.
Опа. What do I want? While you were nodding off here, Katya went missing. Or maybe here also to save. I just save in case. Just in case I got... Katya, Katya is a girl who is a daughter of this teacher, I remember. My sleepiness was gone in an instant. I frowned in suspicious. What do you mean? It can't be. Katya Smirnova, 12 years old, grade 6B, was last seen during the day on January 16 at the schoolyard. Identifying features: 155 centimeters tall, green eyes, light brown hair, lean build. She was dressed in a fur hooded coat, a knitted hat with a pom-pom, a white scarf, and gloves. Special identify features: wears a strawberry-themed scrunchie? What does it mean, scrunchie? If anybody has information of Katya's whereabouts, call the following numbers. Katya Smirnova, 12 years and already 155 centimeters tall. I am 158. I'm like 20 years old girl. You want to tell me what? Oh, episode 4. Storm your hoofed in weight. It is actually a verse. It is a line from the verses before. Okay, let's do it. Let's go. Finally. Biasha. Suddenly. Biasha joined us at the table. So seems like the picture started to be more... how to say even? Definite. Still the art is magnificent. Biasha joined us at the table, gnawing anxiously on his lower lip. Toshik, you're almost living in that fucking forest. Have you seen anything strange yesterday? Chapter 4, this is a new to me too. Yes, it is the new one. Yeah. I replied with the complete lie.
Нет.
Nah,
Я тоже.
me neither.
Повезло, что классуха моим родакам нажаловалась из-за оценок.
I got lucky that my homeroom teacher complained to my folks about my grades.
Вот меня и не выпустили вечером на репетицию.
Да, могу прибавить. Я просто... Да. Я делала громче, но когда музыка очень громкая, она перебивает меня, поэтому, да, буду следить. Но здесь музыка тихая. So they didn't let me out of our rehearsal.
А то на месте Катьки оказались бы мы.
Я могу сделать еще громче, если хочешь. Я вроде бы и так сделала громче. В общем, напиши, нормально, нет? If they didn't, we'd be in Katya's shoes now. Basha scratched at his Adam's apple.
Я что сказать хотел.
So here is this thing.
Я кое-что слышал.
What? I heard something. I'm ready.
Этим утром я, как обычно, в школу шел. Вдруг слышу плач за деревьями. Девчати. Сечетина.
Сечетина. I was going to school this morning as usual. And then I heard a shrill... Да, могу. Без проблем. A shrill cry coming from behind the trees. A girl's voice. She was... See what I mean, а? Еще прибавила. Должно быть лучше. Больше, наверное, не стоит, потому что она будет перебивать меня.
Ну, я про Катьку-то не знал тогда. Да и знал бы, стрёмно оно, братки.
I didn't know about Katya then. Even if I did, it would be still been scary, guys. Вот, отлично. Супер.
Утро у нас не лучше ноти.
Ноти.
Темно, как в зопе.
Он так миленько говорит, ноти. Mornings here are as bad as nights. It's so dark, you can't see a thing.
Вдруг это Катька была, а?
What if it was Katya?
А главное, в месте таком паршивом, в буреломе, что неподалеку от кладбища.
And it was in the worst possible place, among the windfall near the cemetery.
Хорош пургу гнать.
Bullshit.
Да зуб даю на! Сам слышал!
I swear I heard it with my own ears. Oh my god.
А вы уверены, что Катя действительно пропала?
Are you sure Katya really went missing?
Вон, Лилия Павловна, Катькина матушка, даже на работу не пришла.
Oh. Look, even her mom, Lilia Pavlovna, didn't show up for her work today. Seems like he didn't sleep.
Слетела контрольная она!
The test is off.
Как пить дать, пацаны, это Катька в тайге стонала!
I'm telling you guys, it was Katya morning in the taiga. But what can we do with it? Call police, maybe?
А значит, и до нее маньячела добрался!
The serial killer got her too. I remember Katya, she was born beautiful and mean. Beautiful and mean. Nice description. Very promising, so to say. The first girl in our class with a maturing body to the envy of all of other girls. The main source of gossip, a snake and a bitch. Basha started counting with his fingers.
Сенечка, Вова, Семен, Катя. 4 человека, да.
Сенечка. Who is Сенечка? Вова, Семен, Катя. Так. Сенечка? Who is Сенечка? It's a little boy? Вова, Семен, Катя. It's for... yes. Вова, No, Vova is a little boy. Who is Senichka? 4 people. I forgot who is Senichka. Roma slammed his hand. Maybe. No, I don't remember. Who is Senichka? Roma slammed his hands on the desk.
Так, пацаны, отныне смотреть в оба.
Alright, guys, let's go. From now on, we already keep our guard up.
Далеко друг от друга не отходим, как в дурацких ужастиках.
Of course. Don't split off from the group like in those stupid horror movies. Of course.
На остальных мне плевать, но вас я в обиду не дам.
Брат. Сенечка в шапке Тихонова была пропавшая. А, Сенечка в папке Тихонова была пропавшая. Сенечка. А, девочка. Точно. Блин, а я думала, Сенечка это мальчик Сеня. Типа, Сенечка. Ну ладно, девочка. Девочка так девочка. Я поняла. Спасибо. Я уже и забыла, что там в папке было. I don't care about the rest, but you two are under my protection. Oof. Oof. I like him.
Как и Полинку.
And Полина too. Of course. Полина. I hope your relationship works out. I had already forgotten that I was even into Polina. The only girl occupying my thoughts after last night was Alisa. It is harem already. Harem. Ё-моё. The boys went to the cafeteria. We already split it. Okay, nice. Nice already. And I was left alone, scribbling in my notebook, drawing rows of pines and 2 small figures flying between the treetops and the full moon. Shivers ran up to my shoulders, sneaking playful under the hem of my shirt. So yesterday, Alisa told that no one will hurt me? No, All told that no one will hurt me anymore. Can cause me troubles or something like this. Every time when we have fun with these guys, I don't remember. I have a mind troubles with my memory loss. And then something horrible happens. Seems like I am a main hero, a main character who deal with all things. Я загуглила Сенечка, это либо Ксюша, либо Арсения. Но я, блин, ни разу в жизни не видела девушку с таким именем. Да, я о том же. Я думала Сенечка, ну, Сеня есть, имя Сеня, у меня даже друг есть Сеня. Сеня, Арсентий. Ну, извините, Сенечка, Ксюша. Сеня, Ксюша. Ну, в общем, это странно. Ну, ладно. Прощаю. Shivers. Какой странный подбор имени. Ну, ладно. Ну, звучит миленько, но как будто бы мужское имя. Ну, ладно. Shivers ran up to my shoulders, sneaking playfully under the hem of my shirt. Понятно. Even though soaring through the sky felt so simple, there was still something evil weighting me down. Beautiful, he's drawn very beautiful. The culprit was definitely still in the village. They were hiding something horrible under a mask of peaceness.
Рисуешь?
What are you drawing? Nothing. Embarrassed, I covered the notebook as if there was something shameful about the figures about the forest.
Да ничего,
так,
Nothing.
дурака валяю.
Really just fooling around. Oi. Girl. Oi. Polina put her elbow on the desk. I had already forgotten how light and graceful she was. Just like a violet. Ё-моё. Понятно. I wish she could also jump around with us. Threesome. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this joke. After stripping away her mask of fake mundanity. I smiled, imagining Polina as skirt flapping in the wind, the stars sparkling all around us, her asking in bewilderment whether it is all a dream, and myself telling her that it doesn't matter. You're 12, boy. Polina expression grew dark again.
Уже слышал про Катю?
Oh, hello. Have you already heard about Katya?
Ужасно.
It's a tragedy. To tell the truth, she's a bitch. And, like, I don't like such kind of people. No, it's definitely a tragedy. Definitely.
Да.
Yeah.
Ужасно еще и то, что Катю мне жалеть сложно.
Oh, here we go. It's also tragic that I find it difficult to empathize with her.
Я правда ищу в себе сострадание, но вспоминаю
She's
ее
a bitch.
поступки.
She's also a bitch. I try so hard, but then I remember all her nasty deeds. And Polina shook her head. She's a bitch. She is a bitch. She is like a hidden bitch. There is two kinds of bitch. Like a bitch who are already known bitch, but... Еще может быть Есения и Арсения. Ё-моё. Ё-моё, блин, нафиг. Есения, Арсения. Давайте остановимся на чем-нибудь, блин. Как там она, Сенечка? Пусть будет Сенечка. Сенечка звучит как... Нет, про Катю ничего не слышал. О, привет, Даниэль. Что я говорила? Про давайте остановимся на Сенечке. Сенечка. Да, звучит как будто бы этот... секретарша какая-то, знаете. Сенечка. Сенечка, подойдите в мой кабинет. Я хочу кофе. Как-то так. Полина shook her head.
Я чудовище, да?
I'm a monster, aren't I? What? No, I thought... О, у тебя есть имя... Да. Лучшая покупка ever. No, I thought you're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever met. But Alice, you're only number 2. Then least. Oh my god, oh fuck. He's only 12, but he already has two girls. Это что был бумбокс? Это что? Interesting. What have I done wrong in my life that in my age I don't have any boys and he has 2 girls already? In 12. I'm 10 years older than he. What the fuck in my life is wrong? Okay. Player? What? Daniel, you type like a random... You have boys? Oh, your boys. Boys. What? Two on this list. I decided not to say that out loud. Smart.
Плохо, наверное, что
She's
исчезновение
still-
анкеты расстроило меня больше, чем пропажа одноклассницы.
What a pornographic pose. I'm so sorry. It's not okay that I felt worse when I lost my questionnaire than when she went missing. She lost her questionnaire. My nostrils picked up the smell of candy, tree raisin, and fireworks?
Ты потеряла анкету?
You lost your questionnaire? Where this smell is come from?
Да, и кто-то сейчас читает чужие секреты.
Yes, somebody out there is reading. Somebody out there. Somebody out. Out there. Somebody out there is reading other people's secrets now. Fuck, so hard. Yes, the forest, I thought, imagining the crooked branches turning notebook pages, touching the childish handwriting with their icy wings. I think Alisa just stole it.
Надеюсь, ее найдут.
I hope the search goes well. Who will search for it, girl? I wasn't sure whether she spoke about Katya or her notebook. I thought about notebook, not about Katya. I'm a bad person also. I wanted to ask her about it, but then I noticed Polina's intense stare directed at me.
Что?
What? What?
Ты будто изменился.
You're changed. In a bad or on a good side, bae? I smoothed my hair flat, surprised.
Просто не выспался.
I just didn't sleep well tonight.
Сегодня ты точно какая-то другая мелодия. Очень древняя, таинственная.
You're definitely you're different melody today. Some mysterious ancient tune. More adult version of a 12 years old boy now. No, more ancient. Yes, more adult version. Ancient. Это сегодня другая мелодия. Шансон. Я бы хотел такой диалог. Шансон. Ну, как бы да. Достаточно ancient tune. Ненавижу шансон. Ненавижу шансон. Я не знаю. Вот эти все Михаилы Круги и все остальные, боже. Это моя самая нелюбимая песня детства. Вот с детства прямо до сих пор. Это «Белые розы». Сука, ненавижу «Белые розы». Ненавижу его голос, просто отвратительный. Он такой мерзкий, я не знаю. Ну, у меня нет проблем как бы слушать разную музыку, там какие-то писклявые голоса, все дела. Вообще нет проблем. Но почему-то именно с детства он такой мерзкий. Не знаю почему, вот прям будто бы вот... И каждый раз, когда я слышу эту песню, даже вот уже в достаточно взрослом возрасте, все равно такая: переключи просто, ненавижу. You're a different melody today, some mysterious ancient tune. I thought about the flute's melody streaming between the bushy tripods.
Надеюсь, ты никому не рассказал про наш вчерашний разговор?
She also different. I thought she's more pretty before, to tell the truth. Как же «Седая ночь». Ну, блин, ладно, ну, не весь шансон. «Седая ночь» окей. «Седая ночь» хорошо. И снова «Седая ночь» тоже нормально. Но «Белые розы» хочется обнять и плакать просто. Обнять коленки и плакать просто. Так это не шансон даже, и «Белые розы» — это не шансон. Ну, да, хорошо. Да, может быть. Просто мне казалось, что это похоже, как минимум, на шансон. Ну, может быть, я немножечко того... Ну, не знаю. Шансон я, в принципе, не слушаю, поэтому, может быть, я такая вот... Так сказала. Но «Белые розы» — это... Нет, это не ко мне. I hope you haven't told anyone about our chat yesterday. As for her appearance, I thought she's much more prettier than now. They changed a little bit her character, seems like, because now she reminds me some hamster more than I thought she's Alisa, but now she's definitely not Alisa at all. Like, look at her, she looks like squirrel. She looks like squirrel, not like hamster. She looks like squirrel. I'm so sorry. I hope you haven't told anyone about our chat yesterday.
Что ты?
Of course not, girl. She nodded as if an acknowledgement that she can fully trust me. And she looks like not 12 years old. You seem to have seen interest in squirrels. She looks... I don't want to say that she reminds me rat, because I like rats. But squirrels somehow reminds rat, but their faces are more flat, so to say, not more oval. I don't know. Something like this. She reminds me squirrel. I wasn't sure whether I merited such trust.
А может, погуляем после уроков?
Want to go for a walk after school? No, not with you. Sorry, babe.
Дедушка чувствует себя лучше. Я могу задержаться вечером.
No, look at this. She reminds me squirrel. Grandpa has been feeling better recently. I can return home a bit later. Enjoy your walk by yourself. Boy. Her hair cascaded down around her shoulders. The smell was so wonderful that it sent me flying towards the glowing stars of my inner cosmos without any magic. What a nice position he has. In the morning and in the day she has one girlfriend, and in the evening she has mysterious girlfriend. Boy, what was it? Creepy. I'm playing creepy game, don't do it, neighbors.
Почему бы и нет? Давай.
Oh well. Why not, deal? Why not? Deal?
Тогда после алгебры на заднем дворе.
Then I'll see you at the backyard after algebra. She leaned forward and looked at me with her piercing eyes again. Then mumbled as if guessing.
Что-то из мусорского.
She guessing the tune. Something from Mussorgsky?
Нет, пожалуй.
No, probably not. Опа! Then she laughed and Romka appeared in the doorway in her place. He plopped on the seat next to me and started whispering in my ear. What the fuck? What the fuck, Tosha? We have a deal. You should help me with her, not to make my imaginary girlfriend your real girlfriend. Did I miss once on the special physical education classes so far? No, not really. We replayed. Actually, we are in the very beginning of the 4th episode. I started from the end of the 3rd episode because the saving was suddenly not saved from the previous time, so we replayed a bit, and it's for the better. Actually, we remind ourselves everything, and now we are playing 4th. We are in the very beginning. Then she left. Romka.
Ты с ней говорил?
Did you talk with her? Did you talk to her? Опа. Бяша walked towards us, but Romka stopped him with an angry glance.
Бяш, отвали на пару минут.
I love Romka. I don't know. It's my crush. Byaša showed off for a bit. Byaša curled his lips in frustration and disappeared from the classroom. Roma returned his attention to me.
Ну, говорил или нет?
Well, did you?
Она что-то сказала про меня?
Oh my god. Did she say anything about me? I could barely stop myself from flashing a sad, desperate smile. Romka, the leader of Team Voltron, was in love. Madly in love. His gaze boiled with hope, peace, pleas, and worries. Poor boy. He looked like a pure, naive boy that shielded himself from the world with sports, delinquency, and coldness. Could I really betray him in the moment of weakness? Could I make the right choice in the situation where nothing is right? I fake coughed before speaking.
Она спрашивала, где ты будешь после уроков.
Best of the best. She asked where you will be after school. Look at this boy. He is happily happy. His face the next moment was worth the effort of telling this lie. Romka was beaming with happiness. This smile, yeah.
А ты что?
And what did you say?
Сказал, что ты будешь на заднем дворе.
I told her you'll be in the backyard. Romka licked his lips in excitement. How... he grabbed my wrist so hard I thought it would break.
Ну, Тоха! Ну, спасибо, друг!
Да не за что. Обращайся. Thank you, Toha. You're a real friend.
Погнали скорее готовиться!
Let's go prepare already.
Ща мы закатим такую шоу-программу, что прям ого-го!
It's gonna be a show she won't be able to forget. Of course. Of course. He left the classroom to join the grouchy Byaša, and I was left alone to stare blankly at Polina's empty seat. I just traded one friendship for another. It was not friendship, boy. It was a real relationships. A real shit here. Let's just hope I made the right choice. I didn't make this choice, but actually... A show she will never forget. Please let him still be closed. It's Roma. I couldn't. The bell's echo wandered aimlessly in school's darkest corners. Darkest corners. Oh my god. Oh, where is all snow? Seems like I flew in the yard with my coat still half zipped. The weather forecast didn't lie about the coming blizzard. A leaden cloud was coming at us from the north. A mighty roar bubbled inside of it. The other kids stood with their back to the wind and laughed when the gusts pushed them around the skating rink. Oh, I like this place. The blizzard carried that laughter into the violent unknown. Opa! Romka rushed my way as soon as he noticed me in the tiny school backyard that was usually empty.
Готов? Точно не сдрейфишь?
Are you ready? Sure you won't chicken out?
Второго шанса не будет.
Oh, it's so cute. There won't be another chance. Bring it on. I wasn't ready at all. My stomach stung. It wanted me to get out of here, to bail out from this stupid idea that was destined to fail from the very beginning. Actually, yes. It is the destiny that it will be failed, actually. It's so sad. I want Romka be happy. But I couldn't abandon Romka halfway through purely on principle. He, in the meantime, was hurriedly counting our inventory with his ink-stained fingers.
Букет есть.
I've got the bouquet.
Маньяк присутствует.
The creep is also here.
Что там еще?
Do we need anything else?
А что с моим образом?
What about my costume?
Где мой топор или там
Where is my axe or, I don't know,
маска?
my mask?
Да не гони, Тоха!
Oh, come on, Toha.
Надень ту зайчью, что с собой по жизни таскаешь.
Just put on that bunny mask you always carry around.
Только резче! Нельзя, чтобы Полина нас видела вместе.
Hurry up! We can't let Polina see us together. Costume X mask. What on earth did I miss? No! Do you remember? He will pretend. No, actually, not pretend, but to be a how to say creepy one that will try to harm Polina, and Roma will we'll have a battle with this creep, we'll fight and we'll win, and then give her a bouquet and, you know, some romantic shit. Aww. Hey, hurry up! Here's gonna be the hero. Yes, he is. Yes. Hurry up, we can't let Polina see us together. I looked at Romka with distrust, but my fingers already found the slider on the backpack's brilliant plan. Yes! Of course, it is Romka. Slider on the backpack's zipper and tugged at it in anticipation. Instead of getting surprised, I felt relief when I looked at my real face. Oi, with it came calmness. The pain in my stomach subsided. He's trembling. Oh, the music. I instantly remembered the feeling of flight, weightlessness, and joy. Romka's problems seemed so young, inducing, and insignificant now.
Давай, как репетировали.
Let's do it like we practiced.
Только она появится,
As soon as she appears,
Я прегражу ей дорогу.
I'll stand in her way.
Ага, а я из-за тех кустов такой бац! И на выручку.
And I'll show up to save her from these bushes. Bam!
Только веди себя посмелее, Тошик.
And you be bolder, Toshik.
Чтоб как взаправду.
Like it's for real.
Я постараюсь себя не
I'll
сдерживать.
try my best. I want to see this. I want. This simple piece of cardboard and fur carried enough energy to complete with the blizzard's fury. Ё-моё. I put my real face on top of my glasses, gleeful. I fix it on my on my eyes. Would look right through the slides. What for you don't put out your glasses? Romka disappeared. In his stead, Polina walked out from around the corner, looked around warily. Yes, of course, it is really changed my appearance a lot, like not my costume, my coat, my hat, my glasses that was in the mask, just behind the mask. I disappeared like Tosha. I appeared like Bonnie. She had her trusty violin case with her. Fresh snow squeaked under her boots. Clouds devoured the sun, and the coming darkness turned me into a long-eared silhouette. After looking at me with suspicion, Polina started circling around the yard. She was not creeped at me. It looks funny. She didn't recognize me. Even a small black eye mask works marvelous as disguise. Look at all comic heroes. No one will even know. Okay. I see. Seems strange. I stepped in front of Polina, not at all worried that my height or my clothes could give away my
Ты
identity.
случаем не потерялась, деточка?
Деточка. Are you lost, girlie? She frowned and stepped back towards the bushes. Romka immediately appeared out of them, swearing. He moved sideways in the awkward manner, like a crab, while still hiding his hand that was holding the flowers behind his back.
Эй, садись, проклятый!
Привет. Может быть. Hey, you goddamn sadist.
Пока я здесь, никто не обидит эту девушку.
Девушку. Nobody will harm this girl while I'm here.
Понял? Ты!
Got it. You. Oh fuck. Not on my watch. What, man? I couldn't help but cringe and roll my eyes under the mask. Cringe. Ronka's voice sounded fake and totally idiotic. He was way more believable during our rehearsal. I paid it no mind and brazenly grabbed Polina by the collar, pulling her closer. My fingers ran across her silky bangs.
Ой!
just carrying an everyday bouquet. Yeah. Carrying just everyday bouquet. Yes. You know, every boy here carried his bouquet just in case that he will find a real girl of his dreams, and there will be a way to fight with another boy and then suddenly to get her a bouquet. Yes, of course, you never know when you need it. Never knows, really. Polina let out an angry shriek, and that only made me smirk. Oh my, I was overflowing with permissiveness and impunity. Never knows, yeah. I intended to push Polina to the ground and grope her so hard I'd leave bruises until the bubbling Romka acquires proper acting skills.
Говорю, не тронь!
Stay away! You heard me! I didn't listen, I just kept on doing, drunk on my power, on Romka's confusion that stopped him from doing anything but mumbling silently to himself. Fuck, Romka! What the fuck? You're... And I could do anything under the kiss of the bunny.
Прояви терпение, Рохля.
Wait for your turn, loser!
Сейчас закончу с девчонкой и обязательно возьмусь за тебя.
Bunny 1 Romka -1 -10. Fucking cringe. Hello. Hello. Nice to see you here all. I'll get to you when I finish with the girl. Romka's eyes widened in surprise. I could tell he tried to keep his cool and stay true to his role for a moment. But before his amateur superhero could do anything, Polina intervened? What?
Так, что тут происходит?
All right, what's going on here?
Пятифан, ты уберешь своего дружка?
Pettifan, would you get your body off me? Oh my girl. Girl with the balls.
А,
Fuck. She knows. Polina swung her case and hit me so hard. I immediately sobered up. Polina is a girl with the big balls.
я же... Он мне...
He's not.
Думаете, я вчера на свет появилась?
Do you think I was born yesterday?
Бяша, небось. Или...
Is it Biasha or... She looked at me as if her eyes could pierce the cardboard mask. Even under the dim light around us, I could see her indignant face redden.
Антон?
Anton? Fuck yeah, girl!
Вот не думала, что ты такой.
This disappointed look. For the better. I thought you were better than this. Actually not for the better. We could have 2 girls. Now we will have only 1. I started mumbling, looking at the excuse in vain hope that Romka would be the first to explain everything. Oh no, only 1 girl. Actually, what for I need a girl with a big balls? Never mind. But that failure of an actor just stared at a snow pile, his face red as a beet from embarrassment. Roma just disappointed. Well, let's not talk about that. Yes. Placing such big snow and screwing up even bigger. Polina watched up with her fists clutched before she suddenly shouted.
Клоуны!
Clowns. I see. Her loud verdict still recorded off the school walls like a trapped dove when Polina broke into and ran on the snow-covered asphalt. Her shadow waved like an hem of a dress and disappeared around the corner. Romka hanged his head in shame. A battered bouquet plopped down in the grey muddle of wet snow. Sad.
Это фиаско, братан.
Я screwed up big time, bro. Что за мемы тут даже? Ничего себе. We, of course. Actually, we played a very nice role. We were very promising. Let me hug you, boy. I took off the mask from my sweetie face. The wind cooled my skin. It felt like, along with the mask, I took off a layer of intrusive thoughts and emotions. Romka screeched with his teeth, staring down at his feet. Lost and depressed, he couldn't counter fate's punches unlike me. I knew how terrible he felt. How do you know, boy? You have 2 girls, he has 0. He has ready to crush everything around him or bang his head against the concrete. He was ready to do anything but ask Polina to come back. He can just talk with her, but... Блин, нафиг. He was strong and brave, but his fear of showing any weaknesses impeded his greatly. Yes, he just fear about his weaknesses. Because he's strong boy wolf. A possible resolution flashed in my mind. I placed my hand on Romka's shoulder. No, that's not how conquering a woman works. You never ever talk. A strong wolf, yes. Oof.
Жди.
Wait here. What? Oh. I sprinted across the schoolyard trying to catch up to Polina. An echo followed my footsteps. The girl's violin case swayed like a tail of an annoyed cat.
Полин!
Polina. She slowed down but didn't turn around.
Ну, Полин!
Polina, please. I couldn't finally see her pretty profile.
Чего?
What? I caught up to her and careful grabbed her by the elbow. She didn't yank it away. It was a good sign. Oh my god, boy, how he started to be a real man with the real balls. I thought Romka is a real man here, but not our main character. Suddenly. Amazing. The power of bunnies. It seems like a power of Alisa. She did something with him. Interesting. I caught up.
Ты все неправильно поняла.
It was all just a big misunderstanding. Polina brushed a lock of hair off her face. I thought that she probably stole that move from one of the Sharon Stone movies. Sharon Stone movies. Her voice was still strict.
Что тут понимать-то?
What's there to misunderstand?
Ромка спланировал геройский поступок. В кавычках, конечно.
Ромка planned some heroic deed. Well, in his own world.
А ты вызвался быть шутом, от которого он меня защитит.
And you offered to be the clown he would protect me from. A wise woman with balls. She's definitely not 12 years old. What is wrong here?
Еще и маску где-то нашел. Гадкую такую.
He even managed to find a mask this ugly somewhere. Balls and brain, run. Yes, it's definitely scary. Balls and brain. I wanted to shout. It's not ugly at all. It's not ugly at all. At all. But said something completely different instead. Мачо, какой? Посмотрите на него.
Ты не поняла.
And that's where you're wrong.
Ты Ромке очень нравишься.
Romka really likes you. Curiosity flashed in her eyes. And you? Do you like me? I wanted to hug Polina, steal her and lead her into the forest. Strongly disagree. I wanted to introduce her to my new friends. Ой-ой-ой, yes, he's the macho here. Блин, нафиг. I wanted to flute, to sing. Polina would have surely liked its melody. Polina, я на коленях. I wanted us to jump high in the sky, above the clouds. There, under the stars, there up into the night sky, I would tell Polina how much I need her. Пришел смотреть на Алису в 4-м эпизоде. Да. Наслаждайся. That she's like water, and I'm dying from thirst. Будумц.
Я думала, я тебе нравлюсь.
Fuck. Here we go. I thought you also liked me. A poet. Yeah. I played dumb.
Мне?
Me? Polina fought out of my clutches annoyed.
Все ясно.
I get it now.
Да постой же, нравишься.
Continue. Wait! I do like you.
Ты всем нравишься.
Через какую ветку пошла? Я не знаю, понятия не имею. Я не смотрела никакие прохождения, поэтому... Что ты имеешь в виду? Everybody does.
Но Ромка, он особенный.
But Romka is a special case.
Особенный лжец.
The special case of a liar. В самом начале Алису. Ну, вообще, мне действительно нравится больше Алиса, чем Полина.
Он целеустремленный и на самом деле серьезнее, чем кажется.
He is determined, and he's actually way more serious than he looks. My Рома.
Помнишь, ты говорила о побеге? С ним бы ты точно сбежала.
В классе зачморили или нет? Вроде нет, не помню такого. Не помню такого. Наверное, нет, раз не помню. Remember how you told me about wanting to escape? I'd definitely be able to do that with him. Ну, вроде все пучком. Звучит хорошо. Звучит обнадеживающе. Вот так вот. Remember how you told me about wanting to escape? You'd definitely be able to do that with him.
В какой-нибудь большой сверкающий город.
Главное, не в соло-ветку пошла. Надеюсь. Надеюсь, у меня будет девушка. He'd take at least one. He'd take you to some big shiny city. Already?
Да куда угодно.
Hell, he'd take you whatever you
Он
want.
обещал защищать тебя.
He swore to protect you. Paulina stared into the darkness outside the school's boundaries. There was only the wind and the swirling snow.
И что теперь прикажешь?
And what do you want me to do?
От его обещаний детей рожать?
Bear children for his oaths. She's too old for her age. Too old. Too old. She's not 12 years old. She's a girl with mind and with balls. What the fuck?
Для начала узнать поближе. Дать ему шанс.
Just give him a chance. Get to know him better.
Шутки шутками, а настоящий маньяк еще на свободе.
Jokes aside, the real serial killer is still on the loose. I'm too dumb to speak English, so I'm using the translator. Have you been here since the beginning of the stream? Of course, I am here from the beginning of the stream. Ты можешь писать на русском, он переводит. Все нормально. Пиши на русском, он переведет. Joke aside, the real serial killer is still on the loose.
Позволь Ромке проводить тебя сегодня.
Let Romka escort you home today. I forced myself to speak, but my lips went numb and my face turned to stone. Я не перепроходила ничего. Я как проходила, да, как я начала, так и, да, прохожу вот. Ну, то есть это первый раз. 4-й эпизод я вот открыла только. Да. I was afraid that my voice would give away my true feelings. Words were like razors. They cut my chest and my windpipe before scattering out of my mouth. В твоем месте я бы не ел. Что там отвратительное что-то будет? Что, прямо отвратительное что-то? Я ем имбирь. Я думаю, от него мне точно плохо не будет. Но я на всякий случай не буду. Прям отвратно. Я вообще, не очень впечатлительная. Мне как-то так, все равно, но... Ну ладно. Words were like razors that cut my chest and my windpipe before scattering out of my mouth. Paulina stayed silent for that felt like an entirely and beyond. Пиццу ел. И... Чё, прям... Только не говори, что ты бекнул пиццей. Я готова. Наверное, все хорошо было. Ну все. Ну и все. Нормально. Живем. Полина stayed silent for what felt like an entire eternity and beyond. She snored angrily and tapped her fingers on the black violin case. The second boom will be. Finally, she signed and spoke.
Передай своему Ромке, что я жду у школьных ворот.
Опа! Tell your Romka that I'll be waiting near the school gates. Ё-моё, что-то здесь будет, понятно.
Но чтоб не думал себе всякое.
Оберег ты брала? Оберег. Ой, я не помню. Может, да. Чё? Чё за оберег? Кажется, нужно будет потом перепройти. Понятно. Мне уже кто-то писал про что-то в машине, что-то какую-то фотку в машине или что-то такое. Вот это вот у меня не было, потому что я пошла по другой ветке. И я что-то там не нашла в машине. Не видела в машине, что тоже что-то прям такое значимое. Но я уже не помню, что. Мне сказали, что я что-то там такое, но я не увидела не потому, что я глупенькая не увидела, а потому что я пошла по другой линии, по другой ветке, и у меня этого не было. Но там какой-то инсайт, который не суждено мне увидеть. Ну ладно. But don't tell him, get the wrong idea. I feigned happiness. I could fake emotions if I need be.
Ты не пожалеешь.
You won't regret it. Sounds not promising at all. I slowly shuffled my way around the corner, my eyes shut tight and my heart beating like a hammer that drove nails deep into my soul. Romka sat in a squatting position, ruffling his short hair. Okay.
Она ждет тебя у ворот.
He's not happy at all. We would have 2 girls, but now we have only 1. И то, we don't know. Да, камеру выиграла. Да, вот камера, да. Камеру я молодец. Я прохавала, я их сделала. Что он сказал, ты мне нравишься? Для нее это было слишком легко, чтобы получить такой ответ. Да. I mean, not so easy, but it seems like too easy for him. That it is too easy to get girl, but she's waiting for you at the gate. I was rewarded with the amazing look in my body's face. He sprang up, choking on words. Total opposite of the shut-off, silent leader that I met just last week.
Тош, ты спас меня!
Тоша, you're my saver! С английского на русский тоже есть сложности перевода. Да.
Братан, да я теперь твой должник на века!
Bro, I'm your debt forever.
Хочешь, я тебе тетрис подгоню? А хочешь, научу рукопашным приемам?
Do you want me to fetch you a Tetris console? Or maybe teach you how to fist fight? Or... I only had one dream, to be left alone. Can write in English, I'll take in chain myself. Oh, boys. So cute. I only had one dream, to be left alone. So I could watch the forest sway in the wind in complete silence. So I could breathe in the frosty smell through the old mask.
Иди уже.
Go already, my body. I hope that when it comes to Alisa, I won't need to choose between friendship and my feelings. Put your hands in your legs and follow the Basha. Okay. I have no one left apart from her. Well, maybe also Ola. What? What, Tony? What? I just started to hee and then it was so funny that I started to okay, whatever. Maybe also Ola. You can in Russian. I'm still learning, but sometimes I use the translator to make okay. That's all we do here. Definitely. To write that in conversation with a non-English person, it's on this hands in feet and go proverbs. Да-да-да. Руки в ноги. Пошел. But of course, she was my only ray of light in that pitch black taiga. How could I forget about my little sister?
Я знаю, чего я хочу.
I know what I want. Romka, who already started walking, stopped and looked at me.
Я хочу оказаться вместе с сестрой в Диснейленде.
I want to go to Disneyland with my sister. What? My body smirked and pulled his hat in the back of his head.
И что ты предлагаешь?
What do you suggest? Good question.
Сберкассу обнести?
We rob a bank or something?
Нет, надо просто
Сберкасс.
поймать маньяка.
No, we just need to catch that serial killer. Oh fuck, what a big plans, big boys.
Того, кто в ответе за все эти похищения.
The one that is responsible for all the kidnappings.
И получить обещанную награду в милиции.
Then we'll get that reward from the police. Which one? 100 rubles? What? Which? What? Reward? Really? Are there any rewards? There is no reward. Cruel, you're a cruel... Claps, you're a cruel person. I agree with it. Translate, Daniel. Romka winced and hid his hands in the pockets of his pet.
Думаешь, тебе этот лейтенант что-то за сотрудничество отстегнет?
What? You really think the lieutenant will pay you for helping out?
Подарит максимум часы командирские и будь здоров.
The best you'll get is probably the officer's watch or something. I agree with you. I got tired of arguing with Romka.
Ты поможешь мне? Да или нет?
Will you help me? Yes or no?
Я сказал уже, мы команда.
Yes, Daniel will have to be the one. I'm on my phone. Yes. And Daniel will translate and will type to... Oh, the what? to all of us the translation. And the essay, what is it? This is a complete sentence about the three you already told. No, you need to leave some time to leave to make him translate and understand what it is. Блин, нафиг, надо в следующий раз. Давай чуть-чуть больше времени, чтобы они вот это вот подумали. Что-то вот это вот. I already told you, you are a team.
Куда ты, туда и я.
Translator. We move together.
Хорошо.
Good.
Теперь понять бы, с чего начинать.
If only we knew where to start.
Слушай,
Wait up.
Бяша говорил, что слышал плач в буреломе за кладбищем.
Basha said he heard someone crying in the windfall behind the cemetery.
Готов поспорить, это была Катька.
I bet it was Katya. Нестандартный стандарт. Ну, почему он не устраивает? Спасибо за подписку. I tensed up like a guitar string. My hand. By hand, the translation is way more accurate than using a translator. By hand, the translation is way more accurate than using it. Yes. Katya was a step towards Simeon, and he was a step towards Vova. It is about missing kids. We'll help the police arrest that accused killer, and our village would stop living in fear. And then adults would lift the restrictions that prohibit Oля from going outside. And I'd finally be able to teach her how to jump to the sky with her new friends. Boys. Yes, I understand. Did it by your own. And I was in A and B and I was in C. Или так, косой косил, косой косой. Коса была косой, и он косил косой. Этой косой. Очень много косой. Ладно. Так. Такого нет в английском. Вот. Очень сложно такое, да. Перевод. Ну, в общем, да. Понятно. Все. Блин, нафиг. And I finally be able to teach her how to jump to the sky with her new friends.
Как тогда будем действовать?
What's the plan then?
Так сразу не скажу, да и время поджимает.
I can't say for now, and I'm short on time here. Of course, we have a date here, our dear boy.
Давай пересечемся у дома Полины через час.
Let's meet near Polina's house in an hour. Oh my gosh.
Нет, лучше через 1,5.
No, in an hour and a half. Okay. Good luck.
Знаешь, где она живет?
You know where she lives, right? I remember the house number I sneakily looked up in Polina's questionnaire.
Думаю, найду.
I'll find my way there.
Отлично, мне пора.
Great. Well, I'm going. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой, какой жених. Вы посмотрите на него. And Romka speed off, leaving me alone to try to calm down by galloping hard. -1, girl. Мне тебя даже жаль. Что? Что там такое будет такое? Ну ладно. Смотря как пойдешь. Did the story turn from one boy with 2 girls or one girl with 2 boys? No. Блин, ща как пойду. Ты ща посмотришь, ща как пойду. Maybe now, when I have Romka's support, this nightmare will finally end. Basha, who was chewing on some sunflower seeds, grimaced as soon as I approached it. Now I want some sunflower seeds. Блин, нафиг.
Смотрите-ка!
Смотри.
Явился, не запылился, на.
Смотрите-ка. Look who finally came, а?
Бросили меня тут на. И срулили вдвоем. Голубки.
You abandoned me and left with your bestie.
Еще на команда Вольтрона называется.
And he called us the Voltron team. I see. Basha gave me a morose look and turned away. Oh, Alien. Hello. Nice to see you here. For a minute, I pondered whether Basha could... Наконец-то зайчик. Да. О, русские. Мне кажется, не совсем. Если я помню правильно. А может, не помню правильно. Не помню. I pondered whether Basha could help us search for Katya, but what if... Что помнишь? Все уже ничего не помню. Ничего не помню. Буковки. Буковки знает. But what if Romka's crony will only ruin everywhere? Меня это устраивает. Я же сказала, ты можешь писать на русском, и в принципе буковочки. Куда? Так. Suddenly we have a choice. Invite or don't invite? Invite where? The North fake. Oh, the North fake. No, I don't want to leave Basha. We are Voltron's team. We need to hold together. Братья. Мне легче писать на английском, потому что я знаю, как переводится. Ну супер. Бяша такой, да пошли вы. Да, он такой обиженный мальчик. Ну, он хороший. Он такой булочка. Invite, we are together, we are team, our team building.
Ну, Бяш, не обижайся.
Come on, Бяша, don't be mad.
Ромка голову совсем потерял. Ты уж не злись на него сильно.
Ромка just lost his hand for a bit. Don't be too tough to him.
А про тебя я помню. Вот, держи от меня подарок.
I never forgot about you. Here, I have a gift. Ого. I handed my improved sketch of Voltron, a giant transformer robot made out of 5 smaller lion robots, to Basha. Wow. Lions. Oh.
Ничего себе! Это мне на!
Sick. There is for me? Oh, look at his face. He's so happy.
Спасибо, Антоха! Лазил!
Thanks, Tosha. Much appreciated. О, этот рисунок, который он сделал, когда разговаривал с Полиной по телефону. Да. Я выбрала Рому тогда. Или команду Вольтрона, что там было. Или Полину. Поэтому, да. Еще поцелуй. Мы тут не приемлем эти ваши. Вот эти. Не надо. Мне страшно. Посмотрите на его зубы.
Ты чего уж там?
Don't mention it.
Через 1,5 часа встречаемся у Полининого дома.
See you in an hour and a half near Polina's house.
Намечается срочное дело.
We have some urgent business. Boys. Biasha's face... Да что? Biasha's face become pink from happiness.
Чем будем заниматься?
Чем будем заниматься? Ой, so cute, ё-моё. What are you two up to? Если такие шутки у собак убивают промежутки, я смотрю, они уже у него есть. The chat room is peaceful and calm, not like in Russians. Something like this. Может, стоит перейти на русский. Иногда я думаю об этом. Да. I showed him a sad smile while calculating our chances. Не стоит? Почему?
Постараемся не пропасть без вести.
Try not to go missing. Что-то ему не понравилось. О, 3 musketeers. You took Basha alone? Я промолчу. Нет, ну ты уже не молчи. Раз начал, вот, говори. Чё нет-то? Ну, как бы я знаю, что немножечко иногда бывает сложно в плане коммуникации. В плане... Как сказать-то? Чтоб не обидеть-то никого. Но бывают везде люди плохие, некультурные. Вот так вот. After the longest 1.5 hour in my life, I felt like my brain was put into a blender and ground into the grey mush. Anxious thoughts overlapped in my head. Katya, who went missing. Весь стрим сидишь, заходишь к челу, а там полчата друг друга. Посмотри интересную игруху, а там чит такое месиво. Такое месиво. Понятно. Ну ладно. Наслаждайся, что сказать. Ну да, здесь такого не бывает. Oh, I know this feeling of grey mush. Nice here sometimes. Когда вы стримили чат на полэкрана, и ты смотришь это. Ну да. Ну такое, конечно, некрасиво. У меня есть чат, но не в игре. Мне просто вот так нравится рисовка. Не хочется засорять. Тем более, ты всегда можешь включить чат рядом и, типа, не мешать игре. The forest. The serial killer. The creeps. The graves. The crosses. Опа, Бяша. Like picture. There is so nice animation. So nice picture. Looks like photoshoot. Photoshooted. Look at this detail. Ё-моё. Про серую кашу. Он сказал, что после самых долгих полтора часа, которые он ждал, его мозги превратились, будто бы поместили в блендер, и получилась серая каша. Basha crawled out of the early twilight, a block away from the place we agreed to meet at.
Чего унылый такой, на? Свежих анекдотов нет?
What's with the long face, huh? Out of fresh dead jokes? Oh, my ratty rat, awake. Right now, I was happy to see even his ugly mug.
Вся банда в сборе.
Gather up, gang. Bringing up Romka's date was clearly unnecessary? Yes, unnecessary. Unnecessary. Okay. I could tell it went wonderful. Wow, went wonderful by the white green on his face. Oh my god. Ля, ты чё? Ромка rammed me joking in his side.
Ну айда, джентльмены!
Let's move, gentlemen.
Этот
Gentleman.
петливый, тот несчастный.
One is happy, the other is sad.
Фиг вас поймётно.
You guys are weird.
А ты лишний раз, Беш, не думай.
Don't think too much, Бяша.
А то, глядишь, последняя извилина узлом закрутится.
Your last brain cell might pop if you over-accept it. Oh my god. At the same time, the village folk cooked dinner inside their homes, watching their TVs, fighting over silly things. Looks who is talking now, big again after failing to play the hero. Yeah. Love. Cruel love, let's say. Somewhere... here is the ending. Let it be here. Just in case. Just in case. Silly thing. Grim-faced man smoked on their porches while rolls creaked. The blizzard arched around the village. Oh, we have already been there. I remember. It is the first episode. It was. But it wasn't the blizzard that worried or scared me. The forest grew in front of our faces, and I wasn't sure if we entered it or it just devoured us with its toothy mouth. After 4th episode, I can tell you what the game is about. Okay, yes. I mean, the 4th episode is not the last one, yeah? Pines creaked and long shadows scratched from the taiga. They bound their trunks on both sides of the road. None of us spoke a single word when we stepped into the windbreak. Pale fog steamed about the ravines, its tails swirling in the ghostly dance. The noses, something smell of church candle walks around us muddled my mind. Church walks, what? The snow slurped, giving way under the soles of my shoes. Bumps all around us reminded me of funeral mounds, with twisted, wilting trees acting as crosses. Second, sorry. My little rat is just trying to escape. Бля, что я сделала? Ай-яй-яй. Ой-ой-ой. Что вообще? Вот она. Вот она. Да, у меня есть крысечка. Она хотела выбежать. Моя малыха. Yes, she is. Вот так. Жопа. Она вас немножечко понюхает. Все, понюхала. Все, идем. Идем. Она хочет бегать. Something like this. Oh, hi, little ночка. Yes, yes, she is. Так, что, продолжаем? Оба. Ну, продолжаем. Где тут? Где тут что тут? Ой. Разлохматилась вся. Ну что, bumps all around us reminded me of funeral mounds with twisted, wilting trees across as crosses. Acting as crosses. I'm every gender that is needed to get some shakes on. He's whatever. I wanted to say something like that a mute speaks is better than me. I didn't mute me. You напугал меня вообще. Darkness wailed and bubbled from underneath the frozen swamps, and wind howled in anger. Refrigerator means 34. I even had a passport from 1998. Okay. Fridge. 1998. I see. Keeping track of time became meaningless. At some point, we stopped before a pile of windfall. Oh, it is so dark already. What time is it?
Значит так,
All right.
поисковая операция начинается.
Search mode activated. Let's go. All. I hear all.
Далеко не разбредаемся, ищем любые следы Кати или похитителя.
Don't go too far from each other. Look at any signs of Katya or her kidnapper. Вот так.
И желательно, пацаны, поживее.
And be quick about it, guys. Well, then I will communicate on equal terms. He's a boy. Actually, here's a lot of boys. I have only couple of girls. Most of the time I'm slightly more handsome looking than a monkey German boy. Yeah. I am slightly wiser than a monkey girl. Something like this. Да, я их учу тут русским поговоркам и пословицам. And be quick about it, guys.
Уже через час станет темно, хоть глаз выколи.
Congratulations. Thank you. Да, чем можно гордиться. И in just an hour, this place will be pitch dark. Okay. Hurry up. We started carefully wading through fallen trees in vain hope of finding at least something.
Хрена лысого мы в таких потемках найдем.
I have no passport, but my ID card says 1988. Congratulations. I don't have Bravo, I have this one. Just imagine that it is Bravo. We won't find shit in this dark.
Давайте узелутся по
А что
домам.
делать, если фраза «в омуте черти водятся» переводится как «в бассейне водятся дьяволы»? В тихом омуте черти водятся. В бассейне водятся дьяволы. Ну, надо тогда объяснить как-то вот. Что такое вообще омут? Какое-то старое слово для озера? Ну, черти, дьяволы, ну, что-то близко. Ну, блин. Интересно. Let's go home.
Опачки. Чё тут у нас?
Пустота, тьма. In quiet pool, devils are found. Чернота, тьма. Вот нужно отсюда выкопать. Пусть будет не пул, а какая-нибудь dim light or something like this. Or emptiness. Ну, типа, если ты не знаешь какое-то слово, как перевести лучше, то есть нужно посмотреть по... Ну, я буду сейчас... Через переводится уже нормально. А я могу душнить. Я переводчик по профессии. Я могу душнить. What if the phrase "down in the pool" translated with "down in the pools" seem more confusing? Daniel, yes, we try to translate it properly. Hey! What do we have here? My neighbors. Who is drilling? Not drilling. Seems like something vibrating. I thought it is my phone. Strange. Very strange. Maybe it is something in the neighbors. This phrase describes a person who looks quiet and calm, and then he does not do very good things. True. It's all in the game. No, all yes, but something vibrates. Maybe in the game. Okay.
А мне сегодня фартит.
Today I'm lucky day. Today my lucky day.
Братва! Я, кажись, нашел!
What a relief music. I don't believe this relief being music. It's just start. I think. Okay, guys, I found something.
Это ж Каткин кошелек!
It's Katya's purse. Fuck. What? And then I heard a stifled scream, and I had no idea who produced it. Was it Basha, Romka, or me? What? Then I finally saw it with my dog. Блин, нафиг. Serious shit started. Then I finally... Не хихоньки-хахоньки. No more giggles here. Serious shit. Then I finally saw it with my own eyes, but I still couldn't believe them. What did you saw? What? I will ask you to stop eating for... Okay. What? Basha, his hair completely white, stumbled away in horror before eventually plopping into a snow pile. Чего? What have he saw? We would say calm water or deep. Oh fuck. Как мне сказать, что Бяша теперь козел? Если козел переводится как оскорбление, засранец. Goat. Goat это козел. Ну, козлик, типа. Чё, блин? Чего? I looked at his outstretched hand that pointed to the void. His fingers shook like crazy. Чего? Basha is now a goat in the masculine gender. Yeah, I see. I'm scared. Basha jumped up as if something beat him and fled. Romka didn't even glance his way. Чего? He kept staring in front of himself without blinking, without breathing. Чего? I didn't even notice how my legs started carrying me towards something indescribably horrific. Fuck. I'm ready. With an indecisive motion, I pulled away the vein of fluffy evergreen. In Russian, after the verb to speak, usually either nothing is put or if he says he says beer. Fuck. О, это гараж, я помню. A small clearing that was once burned out with the precious lightning strike showed itself from behind the spruces. A circle of blackened tree stumps. Basha saw something when he touched the purse, yes? The inside it, the black garage. Yes, garage. I see. Its smooth walls painted black. It seems like they absorbed darkness itself. I'm playing at night. Fucking fuck, how I will sleep after it. It felt like the garage wasn't just a metal box that could be either moved that one place to another. Basha is afraid to the black garage, and he even didn't enter it. It was alive. Hum. Oh fuck. An insect with a black glossy carapace, a gluttonous carrier. I will make a little bit lower because you will sleep like a baby hidden under a blanket and screaming. How nice. An insect with a black glossy carapace, the gluttonous carrier. We kept staring at it while it watched us carefully with its single red blinking eye. Red? It's even red. I tried to persuade myself that it was just a light bulb. Fuck. A low hum produced by the electric generator sounded menacing. It is opened even.
Открыто.
It's unlocked. It shouldn't be unlocked. Ой, thank you. Fucking fuck. Are you ready? Можно было пойти в милицию, если чё. Можно было пойти в милицию, если что. У меня, короче. У меня там должен... Короче, я взяла, когда был... У меня в начале был вот этот эпизод бесплатный, который первый. Я прошла его. Потом я скачала... Ну, купила полную версию, скачала, и мне пришлось проходить заново. А там что-то пошло не так, и я то ли не сохранила, то ли забыла. Ну, я быстро перематывала, и я забыла, что там есть номер, и я не взяла его. Я жалею. It's unlocked. I tried swallowing, my mouth was dry as a desert. Так. I'm ready. Когда мигает. Ага, I see. The garage's doors were opened. Darkness swirled inside it. Так, блин, нафиг. Я готова. I felt someone's touch. Ромка put his palm on my shoulder.
Пойдем?
Are we going? He looked far older than his real age. Actually, he looked like a decrepit old man. Fuck.
Куда? Ты что, сбрендил?
Where? Are you insane? True.
Давай предупредим лейтенанта Тихонова.
Oh, let's go warn Lieutenant Tikhonov. Ромка spat at his feet.
Не будь ты таким наивным, Тоха.
Don't. Ah, it's my mouth. Don't. No. Don't be silly, Тоха. What not?
Твой Тихонов вон даже варежку в лесу отыскать не смог. Ха-ха.
Your Tikhonov couldn't even find a mitten in the forest. How you know? It's not Romka anymore. It's not Romka anymore? How he knows? How he knows? I didn't tell anyone. Не иди в полицию.
Да и западло с ментом сотрудничать. Особенно, когда я у него на учете состою.
Ah. And helping the cops for pussies, especially now when I'm on the juvenile crime list. Juvenile. Опа! Опа, вот это дела! Вот это я понимаю. The delicate brandish his trademark knife and looked at me. Перо. Та-да! Бабочка.
Маньяк наверняка вернулся туда, в свое логово.
И что ты собираешься делать с ним? It is the case when, do you remember in Dark Pictures, one girl is a bait, and the other should put this killer in the room. And when this bait found the killer, she was like, and what I'm going to do? The same here. The same is here. What you are going to do? You will come into, you will find, imagine that we will find a serial killer there. It is a adult one. You are kid 12 years, 12 years old. What you are going to do? Crazy little boy.
Если получится, возьмем его тепленьким, пока он не ждет.
We might catch him off guard and capture him.
Иначе в следующий раз подкараулит уже он.
I don't know. Or next time, he'll be the one ambushing us. The animal kids said he was just a man from the village. But can we beat him by ourselves? They are reading my mind.
Второго шанса может не быть, брат.
There may not be a second chance, брат.
Так что решайся.
Time to decide. Ой-ой-ой. Police station and garage. You said not to go to the police station, but I also don't feel like I will go to police station. I'm not a pussy. I like Roma, and he said that it is not... No, I will not eat. I wanted... When I'm nervous, I want to eat. And now, to garage. Let's go. We got closer to the building. Chains? Chains, yes, chains, okay. Let me check. Everything is okay. Chains, okay. The metal box was completely silent, apart from the generator's hum. We haven't got inside the garage previously, yes? Seems like we got near to it, and that's all. Okay. I'm ready. Romka knocked on the gate with his knuckles as if to make sure it's not going to turn into a predatory maw. Oh, куда? Stop! With newfound confidence, he opened the gate wider and started feeling around the wall, looking for the light switch.
Тоха, помоги ко мне.
Toha, give me a hand here. Turn on. Are you ready? I'm ready. Опа. Ой-ой-ой, there is some instruments. Что там написано? Может. Микор. Чего? Okay. It turned out to be an ordinary garage on the inside. Ну да, wheel. Okay. Tools, no music. Or like, yes, no music. Tool shelves on both sides, canisters, racks. My neighbors. And a covered car. No serial killers. No murder victims. No music. Always a good sign. I even chuckled in relief. Similar emotions could be read from my companion's face. I'm scared. Oh fuck, Roma is already there. Romka entered the garage and went clockwise around the car. He rammed through the dusty shelves that looked to me. Okay. Сдохни тут написано. Да, здесь написано сдохни. Чё? It is lamp. I got brave enough to set one foot inside the garage. Darkness was plastered all over its corners like a spider web, but if there ever was a spider here, it felt its nest long time ago. I can... Ого, so much stuff. Чего? What's the sound? What did it grip? What crunched under the pressure of its metal maws? What poured down on the workbench from the ripping flash? it cast iron parts crushed from continued use, but it was just the normal metal work vise. We had one just like that in our shop classroom. A vise from metal parts, not from victims. Drops of not oil, not blood. The surrounding dim light couldn't reach there. Anything could be hidden in the dark. What if someone is watching me from here? Hiding behind silver webs. Let me stand... Что на последнем чекай? Ну я поняла. Секретики. Let me stand on my tiptoes. No, nothing but dust and oil junk. Talk. No, not talk. Some sounds. Several limbs mound of ground meat and heads plastered with the meat flies. I'll see all of what inside this box. Just like a nightmare, a scary version of the Field of Wonders, where the host pulls thousand prizes out of a black box. In reality, the box was empty. Even if there was something inside, it was probably taken out at some point. Что еще есть? Wheel. Rusty tools that looks like steel fangs inside the jaws of this icy place, or like torture tools of a medieval executioner. The moment you touch this, a wound will bloom on your finger, and the resulting cut will get infected from the rust and the dried fat, and you'll rot away alive. There is also something scarlet on these pincers. I need to go and check. Paint is just paint. I see, okay, what else? This one, yes, and that's all. And we can talk with him, okay. Why does this look so much like an altar? As in the garage is a church, and these here are the attributes of an inhuman taiga religion. Ночка, please, not now. I don't want to look at these icons. Where he found out icons? These letters of this beastly face, ancient sculptures and iron relics. No, it's just a pile of junk. Nobody is worshipped here. Shrines like these don't exist, and there is some wax on the tabletop because they often have blackouts, and the other works in candlelight. Ну чё, погнали? Are you ready? It's a car. What else can it be? Just a car covered with a trap. Okay, what is here? Ночка. There was nobody inside it. No dead, no living. The stench of dried up blood. It's all in my head. The thing under the cover smells like machine oil, nothing more. Ну чё? Ну погнали. Boo, the nation is mean again. Yes? Give me a second. Nothing but rusty junk. Серьезно? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Thank you, Daniel. Не знаю. Donation. Ой, нет. Не то. А чё? Должно быть. Бля. Donation alert, жопа. Что? Чего? Так, second. Very important thing, and we suddenly... Second. They say that it doesn't work at all. Чего? Почему? Так. Секунда. Секунда. Чего? Почему? Как странно. Так. Что это за шуточки мне тут? Мы так не договаривались. О. Ну-ка. Будешь работать? Ты будешь работать? Daniel, I will deal with it a little bit later because they say that it doesn't work suddenly. See you next time. Oh, okay, Tony. Nice to see you here anyway. I feel sorry for Roma. Why? Sorry for Roma. Так, thank you one more time, Daniel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Nothing but rusty junk. Okay, let's go.
Оказывается, это место капец какое унылое.
Ой. Sorry. One more thing. Капец, какое унылое. This place turned out to be boring as fuck.
Какому такому мудаку пришла в голову идея перевозить гараж с места на место?
The echo is crazy. What kind of moron has the bright idea to move this garage from place to place all the time?
Пошли отсюда.
We are leaving.
Ага.
Okay.
Давай догоним Бяшу. Ему крепко досталось.
Let's catch up with Basha. He got it really bad. Чего? Stop. Don't let him alone. Please. I went out into the snow. Oh. Ромка was also stomping towards the exit when he suddenly stopped and started at the car.
Слушай, а что это мы с пустыми руками будем возвращаться?
Hey, why leaving this place empty-handed?
Дай-ка я хоть магнитолу скручу.
Let me at least snatch the tape deck.
Обожди минуту, я мигом.
I'll be back in a jiffy. Someone sniffled from under the cover. Classic, steal the tape deck, yeah. Sure, I almost plopped into a snow pile from surprise.
Ты слышал?
Did you hear? Did you hear that? It's her. Fuck. No way. I watched my friends tugging at the clothes, but I couldn't muster the strength to rush to his aid. Why you are... This hook? It is hook. My legs froze into the ground. Into the round. Still, Romka managed even without me. The cover he smashed with his knife flew to the side. There was no car underneath it. Чё? Чего? Чё за танк? Instead, it growing up off the floor, there stood a huge meat grinder. Чего? Sparkling with its well-oiled parts. Barbecue time. Чё, бля? Чё? Чё? Meat grinder. Чего? Чего? Да ну. Well-oiled parts. And 16 beyond. I saw one just like this in under 16 and beyond. A Soviet and Russian TV program covering the problems of 90s youths, homelessness, the rock movement, substance abuse, troubles in familiar relationships, the lack of healthy hobbies. Lack of healthy hobbies. Have you played it yet or watched it? You mean what? Under 16 and beyond? I just watched it. Okay. Okay. It's for Daniel. No, be ready. Got it. An industrial giant that factories used to green cow carcasses, then making sausages. Cow? Fuck. What? Чего? Cows and totally not humans. Camera? I shouldn't Чё, блин, нафиг? I shouldn't show it, yeah? There will be like кровь, кишки и смерть? Осуждаю. Да ну нет. Inside its bowl, which reminded me of the bloodthirsty mouth of a Venus flytrap, said a tied-up Katya. Чего? Чё за бандажи у неё? I'm gonna take a picture of her. Так. Ну и раз это игра, не должно же быть запрещенного что-то, да? Ну не будет. I'm gonna take a picture of her. Чё, блин, нафиг. Я ж не забыл. Напоминаю. Чё? У нее пометка 18+. Ну блин, ну это же игра. Ну типа в игре же может быть жестокость, да? Мне стоит... Не, ну типа меня ж не забанят за это, правильно? Правильно? Мы не должны. Я просто... Так. Нет, ну все, раз не забанят, то похуй. Играем. Inside its bowl, which reminded me of the bloodthirsty mouth of a Venus flytrap, set a tied-up Katya. Чё, блин, нафиг? Все еще, блин, нафиг. He looked like she just snapped. It reminds me of the physical education lessons. Look at this nicely tied up her breast. What the fuck? She's only She looked like she just snapped out of a daydream, and her eyes rounded in horror. No, not at all. The gag in Katya's mouth prevented her from doing anything but moaning and sniffling.
Скорее сюда!
Oh, now that you mentioned that, totally not look at them before. Totally not look at them before. Fucking fuck. Get over here, fuck. I threw off my stupor like a heavy trap to tarp and rushed inside the garage. Могу сказать, что будет через приблизительно 20 секунд. Нет, не говори, сейчас мы увидим. Блять. Sausages. Сука. No spoilers. Да ну блин, да ну нафиг. Но они же успеть должны. Или тут прям cruelty. In the meantime, Romka almost managed to climb the steel death machine. He grabbed Katya under her shoulders and... Все зависит от меня. Блять, я готова. And he must have pressed some sort of buttons with his knife. Чё? The mechanism started rolling like an empty stomach. Romka realized that he had done, so he screamed.
Черт, выключи ее!
Я сейчас,
Okay,
держись!
так. It's no use, no a single damn bottom. We just can't take her away. Bottom was which helped in stopping these horrible screaming wheels.
Не работает! Ни хрена не помогает!
It's not working, I can't do shit.
Так помоги мне!
Get your ass here then. We bent towards Katya and tried to pull her out of by the elbow. Don't do the Mickey now, press the right buttons. The spirals on the bottom got to work. They slowly winded up, gathering more and more speed with every turn. Чё, блин, нафиг? They came in crunching. Так. Then came the crunching sound like that on a flame eating away the firewood. Rescue, yes! Rescue! Чё, блин? Rescue! Вы это гладить? Чё? Гладить! Чё? What? I screamed and Katya squished her legs going around the... What? They look like a pair of tortured smoking now. Her bones pierced the skin and popped. But I will not. I was trying to pull Katya out. I couldn't tell. I was losing. Damn! Fucking fuck! Так, мои мысли палец во вселенной. Fuck. Да ну блин, нахуй. The blades crushed her. Katya kept waiting. Just like all the reps. Katya was dead, but the machine had no intention of stopping. Here, put some. Teeny Beanie, a bit of disgusting. Okay. From the mechanism metal trunk, this thick blood-filled sauce. Fuck, I was kidding about sausages. Таким 12-летним пацанам пиздейшим. Трэш, какой трэш? Ну что я играю? Какой нафиг. With hair and bones mixed and plopped into the tray.
Мы сделали все, что могли.
We did all we could.
Надо убираться отсюда.
Strawberry, you did your best to save Katya. We need to get out of here. I unzipped my backpack with ice-cold
Ты
fingers.
свихнулся?
Everyone can have a part of foreigner Daniel. Are you insane? Чего? Нахуя? Он конченый? I looked at a Polaroid and whipped the tears of my face with my sleeve.
Нам нужны доказательства.
We need proof. It sounds a bit like Russian swearing. The blades almost finished chewing up the bones. A torn out braid dropped from out of the steel teeth. I took aim at the hairband with the plastic strawberry in the frame. Top secret, you got the photo of Katya's braid. Я хотела поужинать после того, как поиграю. I wanted to have a dinner after I finished the game. Now, at least this music now. There is some music now, I'm thinking. Я тебя предупреждал. Ну как-то да, ты прав. Go back to this and disgusting. Как тебе кушать сосиски? Никак. Все. Спасибо. На кайфе. Еще пельмени ем. Приятного. Блин, пельмени. What a healthy atmosphere, damn. Yeah. Good that I ordered some burgers. The braid fell inside the grinder. The giant machine flopped after letting out. Там был вообще, ну типа, я могла ее спасти? Или это типа было не... Нет, раз они дали шанс, может быть, я могла ее спасти? Нет. Супер. Было бесполезно для... Cruel game. I'm considering reading the interesting novel. Они дали надежду. Супер. The braid fell inside the ginger. The giant machine flopped after the letting out. One last clockle. Tony left in the very nice time. He knew, I think. We stumbled out of the garage. I grabbed a handful of snow and shoved it in my mouth when chewed on my mushy substance. I raised the tension of the atmosphere with the phrase, "It's up to you." Thank you. Thank you. I remember. It's not to know it's a thriller. Yes, it is. It's 18 plus. A mushy substance. Roma was on his knee, wiping his face with snow. I crawled away from the monstrous meat grinder, clinging to the ice with my nails. I coughed as if trying to expectorate the memory of that I saw. Это сумасшествие. Also, I don't know. I don't care. It's fun and it's playable. But I knew that I'd never forget the smell, the sound of breaking bones, and the cutter's agony. 12 years, boys. 12 years, fuck. Под конец четвертого эпизода есть сцена с Алисой, которая мне нравится. Хорошо. Roma crawled up to me on all fours, and for a moment I felt like he lost his sanity from horror, and now he was going to tear into my throat like a wild beast. Oof. Instead he grabbed my coat and started scrubbing scarlet drops from my sleeve with snow. Even if not 12 years, there is quite an experience, but I still wouldn't be vegan after it, of course. I like eating so much, I like food so much after it. Even after it.
Что ты делаешь?
What are you doing?
Никто не должен узнать.
We can't let anybody know.
О чем ты?
What do you mean?
Никакой милиции, слышишь?
No going to the police. Got it?
Катю по частям мы не соберем.
We are clearly not gluing Katya back together.
А я не хочу сесть в тюрьму, как мой батя.
And I don't want to end up in jail like my old man.
Но ты говорил...
But you said...
Говорил.
Right, I did. He threw a hateful gaze at the garage.
Я включил мясорубку.
I turned on the green ginger. Fuck. Tell the truth, it's horrible since when you throw yourself into horror. Why is it horrible? It is a game. Нет, английской озвучки на Зайчике нет, только русская. И, кстати, привет! Привет! Да, я тоже думала, что есть английская озвучка, но, увы. Я буду вашей английской озвучкой. I turned on the meat grinder.
Нечаянно.
By accident.
Попробуй, докажи.
Try and prove that. Actually, he's right.
Им только и надо, чтобы на кого-то повесить убийство.
They just need a scapegoat for all these killings. Да, я так себе спикаю на инглише. Ты тут не один.
Я за решетку пойду, а маньяк будет разгуливать на свободе.
I'll be behind bars and the serial killer will walk free. I saw a hedgehog that got caught in caterpillar of... Oh. And this happened next. The delicious hedgehog meat. They were delicious. What? Ты чё? Ты чё, блин? Ты чё, блин? Какой кошмар! Ужас какой. I'll be behind bars, and the serial killer will walk free.
Блять! А жизнь ведь только начала налаживаться.
Тоже факт, когда человек почти что English, я такой на русском, я стримлю на русском. Fuck. And my life was just started to get better.
Но мы не можем
Я
просто
только сегодня
так.
говорила. Чё? Тебя не просят на инглише спикать? Ну так-то да. У нас тут свобода, равенство. Братство, почти. Как мы можем общаться с людьми с другой стороны, обсуждать их точку зрения. Так-то да. But we can't just...
Можем. Поклянись, что никому не скажешь.
We can swear you won't tell anybody. He didn't say the or else. Теперь интересно, каков ежик на вкус. Daniel, you're crazy. I think like a chicken, maybe. Am I right? Party out loud. I didn't eat hedgehog, I had beef kebab. Ой. Нет. Так смотрю, прохождение много кого. Блин. Игра, конечно. Конечно. Но это 4-й эпизод, да, кстати. Предупреждение, спойлеры. Attention, attention. I know, but I still wonder. Daniel. You're crazy, Daniel. But I support your craziness. Согласна. He didn't say the or else part out loud, but this tone of voice clearly had that implication. I stayed silent for a minute. I spent it thinking about the bloody gravy that was flowing out of the machine. Вот бы была версия, где не в Африке, было бы славно. Чё, блин? Чего? Так, тут красавчик. Так. Roma was right. Even if Tikhonov believes us, the garage might be gone by that time. It will just magically teleport to some other clearing of the other side of the damn forest.
Пожалуйста!
Нет, ты чё, Рома? У нас тут этот... Не надо нам никаких лингуш.
Кто-то должен защищать Полину.
Someone has to protect Polina. Oh yeah, boy, oh yeah. Oля too, I thought while nodding slowly.
Хорошо.
Okay. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to keep my word. Ушел. Ушел. He's gone. What? That mom will read it off my face? That she will notice the blood drops or sense the smell? And I'll crack. I'll just fall on the floor before her and start wailing, scared for myself and my family. At that moment, I had no idea that was actually waiting for me in that place I mistakenly called home. Чего? It is retrospective. He already knows what. Чего? Чего? The front door was open and swayed slightly in the wind. Что происходит? It felt like my skin was getting covered in rime. I clenched my fist. Sharp edges of the photo depicting Katya's remains dug into my palm. Чего? Darkness oozed into the hallway and snowflakes floated. Привет. Snowflakes floated inside along with it landing softly on the rug. Чё? Так, мальчики, не надо мне тут нагнетать атмосферу, что тут второй Гриндер будет стоять. Он тоже транспортировался сюда магическим образом. Like a pack of vultures that sensed their food. Мимо, ну, слава богу. Так. I imagined 3 meat... He's reading me. Meat grinders in different parts of my house and 3 members of my family get... It's not funny. Getting ground by their blades. Он, блин, что-то знает. Блин. Я слишком предсказуема, наверное. I stepped into the doorway with an utmost caution. Someone's crying. Ah, no, not crying. Someone is talking. For a moment, I thought I heard someone talking in kitchen, but it turned out to be a radio broadcast. It is not really convincing if you say not funny while smiling. It is a nervous smile, you know, something like something like when you're smiling he and crying at the same time. Something like this. It's my защитная реакция. The reaction for stress. The please don't kill me smile, yeah, something like this. The previously mentioned cyclone is getting even close to the region. The official forecast for tomorrow suggested gusts of wind reaching up to 70 kilometers per hour.
МЧС призвала жителей соблюдать меры предосторожности. Дороги перекрыты. Холодная воздушная масса арктического происхождения несет с собой...
it is even in Russian speaking. Emercom of Russia has called on citizens to exercise extreme caution. The roads are closed off. The cold air streams coming from the Arctic are bringing massive blizzards. How convenient. The Arctic wind, the things like that. I will turn on the light in the different room because I'm scared. I'm a pussy, I know. Much better. No, I'm not scared. No, I'm not scared because I just faced in the other room where was darkness and I was a little bit scared. Все, нормально. You know, being home alone and playing such kind of games at night is not very nice, promising, and so on. That's why we will have extreme cautions. Turn on the lights. Так, maybe soon? What? Soon what? Alone in dark. The hard voices come from the upper floor too. I heard, hard voices. I heard voices. Ночка. Ночka is also wants to creep me. For the first time in my life, sounds of quarrel calmed me down. Так, the staircase let out a long squeak. Чё? I took one step, yet my heart managed to beat 6 or 7 times in the meantime. Чё? The door of my parents' bedroom was ajar. Something illegible. The shadow play unfolded inside a light spot. Black silhouettes were performing a dance of hatred. Mom hissed at Dad, her whistling flying towards the ceiling, and he towered over her, his hands crossed on his huge chest. Mom hissed at Dad, her wrists flying towards the ceiling, and he towered over her, his hands crossed on his
Мы все в
chest.
опасности. И все из-за тебя.
We are all in danger, and it's all your fault.
И не ври, ты видела его в поселке.
And stop lying, you saw him in the village.
Он вычислил, где мы живем.
He found out where we live.
Это был не он!
It wasn't him. Okay.
Я читала в газетах, на что способны твои дружки.
I've read about the things your bodies are capable of in the newspapers. Very promising. I stuffed the photo inside my pocket and walked towards my bedroom. My parents were in the middle of other quarrel. They showered each other with mutual accusations. Dad let out a low, priest-like roar.
Пусть они прекратят.
Make them stop. Оля stood in the corridor, pressing her little palms against his ears. Oh, Оля. Мне кажется, у тебя стало на 10 евро больше. Чё? Да, это да. Это почему-то Donation Alerts не работает. Именно оповещение. Я не знаю. Я пыталась. Честно. Я еще раз даже перезапустила все. А мне пишет, не работает. Но это я уже после стрима. Смотрю. Да, не хочет. Почему-то не хочет. Suddenly quarrel. Что делает собака в кровати? Что делает твоя кошка на столе? It's from... Так, continue. I chased away the illusion where my sister was getting devoured by... Duolingo, yes, Duolingo. Devoured by the blades of meat grinder. So nervous stream today. Her face swollen from crying made my skin freeze. А еще долго этот эпизод будет длиться? Просто я думаю, может, это все на сегодня, и я продолжу завтра. Если еще не... Ну, типа, если это уже конец, то я доиграю. Это конец или нет? Нет, еще недолго. Ну тогда все. Тогда играем. Her face swollen from crying made my skin freeze. And it almost managed to push Katya's blood image out of my mind.
Что случилось?
What happened?
Они разведутся.
Oh, babe, they're going to divorce. Oh. I hugged my sister and held her tight. My tongue refused to listen to my commands, to look for excuses. It felt like the screams were coming from every direction, right and left, up and down, splitting my head apart. Swear words rained down on us, so we covered our heads with our hands like refugees running from bombing. Oh fuck. Water. Interesting.
Я хочу уйти!
I want to escape.
В свою комнату.
To your room?
Нет! Дальше!
No, far away. The picture become more vivid, better, much better from previous episodes. Much more better. I like it.
Отведи меня в Небыляндию! Ты обещал!
Lead me to Neverland, you promised. I carefully unglued Ola's hands from her ears and led her away from the room with our parents, which were vibrating with malice.
Из-за тебя!
Your fault! Music intensifies what I miss, yeah.
Ради
You
кого?
missed a lot. For whom? Your own and your own and only your own. I would never. In moments like these, I despised them more than they despised each other. I bolted down the door to my room and leaned against it. My knees gave way.
Почему тебя не было так долго?
Why were you out for so long?
Я пытался помочь одной девочке.
Not to accept, you'll understand later. Not to accept, okay. Okay. I tried to help a girl.
Ты помог ей?
Did you help her?
Не думаю.
I don't think so. Fuck. I stood in front of the table, carefully opened one of its drawers and threw the photo of Katya's bloody braid inside. Ola tried to take a look behind my back, but I slammed the drawer shut. And at the same time, something hit the window's ledge on the outside. Ola shuddered and shifted her gaze towards it. Bam! Another snowball smacked into the window's frame.
Ты ждешь кого-то?
Were you expecting someone? I didn't reply. Instead, I let go of her wrist. Ola wept in fear. I crossed the room, wincing from every shoot coming from my parents. I could hear plates getting mashed now, and must have moved their argument to the kitchen. I couldn't not open her eyes. Fuck. No, it was predictable. I flung the curtains and the window open. They are kind of creepy. Oh, they waved me. Hooty, Teddy, Wolfie, and most important, the charming Alisa stood inside waving at us. The whole gang. Wolf people. Okay. Ola gasped in surprise when she saw the old girl. Don't take, okay, don't take. Oля gasped in surprise when she saw the old girl. She saw them! She saw them. Don't take, okay.
Я же говорила!
See, I told you, I know.
Да, знаю, я тебе всегда верил.
I always believe you. Me too.
Кто они?
Who are they? You're fearful. I'm intrigued. Her fearful voice also had some curiosity mixed in.
Чтобы в такую погоду дома сидеть, надо быть очень скучными детьми.
Так, сейчас... No, vice versa. Alisa, what the fuck? Only the most boring children sit at home in weather like this. It is storm, it is blizzard. We still have so many games to play.
Давайте только не во все игры играть, а то у меня лапка болит.
Damn creepy, yeah. But let's not play all of them, my paw hurts. Go with them, but remember, don't accept. Okay.
По чуть-чуть, и потом отдохнем.
We play a little and then rest. Friends! Look at him.
Выходите скорее, играть и танцевать!
Чего? Together with my sister? Never. Brother. Oh, oi! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was too loud for you, I think. Come on, come out to play and dance. My heart started beating faster as soon as I saw Alisa, and my inner voice practically screamed, she's here, she's finally here.
Они знают, как попасть в Небыляндию?
Do they know the way to Neverland? I entertained that possibility looking at the animal kids. I would run.
Может быть, пойдем и узнаем.
Maybe, let's go find out. Really? The silhouette? Дать спойлер или не стоит? А чё он там прям... Ну ты держался до последнего. Может, не стоит? Чё, прям плохо все будет? Isn't Neverland? Yes, where Peter Pan, Captain Hook. Так уж и быть. Но ты уже сказал, что делать. Чё же там? Сейчас поиграем, посмотрим. Давай, жду. Хорошо. The silhouette of my forest. Я надеюсь, вы получите эту концовку, которую я жду. Чё за концовка? The silhouettes of my forest friends promised to free us from sadness, anger, and nightly horrors. I made sure that Ola wore warm clothes. My mom barked at dad like a wild beast from that Snow with Nikolai Dresdov show. Nikolai Dresdov, a Soviet and Russian zoologist, traveler, popular science advocate, and TV host featuring in the Inside the Animal Kingdom program. He is famous from his infectious optimism and overwhelming empathetic attitude towards animal. Optimistic in this situation. We are going together, really? We sneaked past the rumbling kitchen and into the snowfall outside. Alisa ran up to me and hugged me tight, poking her cold nose into my neck. Okay.
Как же долго!
You took so long.
Пока мы вас, домоседов, ждали, то чуть не состарились.
We almost got old waiting for you, shut-ins. Children. He says that in this place where no, yes, can grow following this serum. The evil man, Captain Honk, on the contrary. Yeah, I saw also a theory where the Neverland is a place where everyone is dead already. Like, it's because the в ближайшее время будет что-то жестокого, так что не волнуйся, спорь был не об этом. Окей. Хорошо, хорошо. Да уже сколько можно, уже там такое. Блин, нафиг. Вообще. He pressed her body into me even harder. Ой-ой-ой.
Оказывается, ждать так утомительно.
Turns out waiting is so tiring.
Фу, дайте хоть минуточку в себя прийти.
Give me a minute to catch my breath.
Однажды я тоже долго собиралась. А когда закончила, то и вовсе забыла куда.
Okay, I was preparing to leave for a long time once, and when I was done, I forgot where I was supposed to go. Нормально. Оля looked at the owl with suspicion. But she still giggled when the bird did a backflip and landed perfectly on his feet without staggering. Hootie likes creeping. Yeah, they all is creeping. Look at them. Where is Wolf? All the other animals, as if on cue, stopped fluting around and started at Оля in amazement.
Это же та девочка, что не хотела со мной дружить.
That's the girl who didn't want to become the friends.
Меня зовут Оля.
My name is Оля.
Раньше я просто тебя боялась.
I was afraid of you before.
Тебя испугала наша совушка?
Were you afraid of our Hootie?
Может быть, у нее совофобия?
Совофобия. Maybe she has owl phobia?
А это лечится?
Can you cure that?
Главное, чтобы ребенок не боялся веселиться.
Are they wearing masks? Yes, they are. Yes, it is maybe kids. Like, as for height, they are kids. All of them approximately the same age. But the Hootie. Чё? Так, ну-ка. Без спойлеров тут. It doesn't matter as long as she's not afraid of having fun.
Иначе с нами можно умереть
Пока подожди.
от страха.
Подожди пока. Or she might get scared to death with us. I was stunned at the realization that my lips were slowly forming a smile. And she's after everything I saw in the garage. True. В iPhone. Лиса. Понятно. Понятно. Все стало понятно. Every time I met Alisa, it felt like I crossed a river, and the sound of floating water suppressed all of my negative thoughts.
Какие у вас красивые костюмы!
Your costumes are so pretty. The fox girl let go of me and squatted beside Оля.
О, какая очаровашка!
Oh my, what a cutie!
Антоша, почему ты прятал от нас это милое создание раньше?
Why did you hide such a cute creature from us before? I glanced at the house, worried that our parents might have seen us and were about to ruin our fun like they always do. This is so sus. They hugged my sister and replied.
Давайте отойдем подальше.
Let's get further away from home, you crazy boy.
Запросто.
Sure thing. Fucking
Оля,
fuck.
а ты знаешь, как найти в нашем лесу Деда Мороза?
Что там? Что такое? Что? А, понял. А что понял? А что было? Мне стало интересно. Чё? Блин. Вы чё? Слово fuck не употребляется? Чё хотел? Ну, уже употребил. Нашел способ, а? Молодец. Hey, Оля, do you know how to find Grandpa Frost in the forest? Grandpa Frost, Дед Мороз, a legendary figure similar to Santa Claus, highly something. Nice. Swearing is just allowed in Russian. Monopoly of swearings. Oh fuck. Be careful. He's often depicted wearing a heel-length fur coat in red or blue or semi-round fur hat and a pair of Russian traditional winter footwear valenki. His face is adorned by a long white beard and he walks with a long magic stick. He is said to bring presents to well-behaving children on the New Year's Eve. Yes. My little sister's eyes widened.
Как?
How?
Нужно идти по сладкой тропинке.
Нет, there are more of them than you think. Many times more than the numbers of words in Russian language. Yes. Так, you need to follow the sweet trail. Alisa bent down and took a candy out of the frost. Oля raised her hands in amazement. She gave in an inquiring look. I nodded. My sister munched on the candy. No.
У нас что? В лесу завелся Дед Мороз?
No, it's not Grandpa Frost. It is... Напомню о том, что я сказала, иначе я не получу... Я не получу свою концовку. Ты чё, блин? Ты чё, блин? А я свою получу? Видишь? Wait. Do we have Grandpa Frost in our forest?
Почему? Ты мне не рассказывала.
I just learned a few swear words. Someone refuses to teach me. Чё? Я, короче, ему скинула этот батл, где Оксимирон эту свою матерную считалку. Матерную считалку вот эту говорит, и я скинула Даниэлю, и он такой, типа, чё это? Я говорю, учись, пожалуйста. Хотел, получите, распишитесь. Why, who didn't you tell me?
Я рассказывала. Сегодня днем.
I did this afternoon.
Но ведь днем я сплю.
But I sleep during the day.
Ага. Вот я и рассказывала, пока ты спала.
Right, I told you while you were sleeping. Voice. Чё? Востик. Her tail is wonderful. Alisa dashed away, wigging her red tail like a torch flame. Ola went after her without thinking and laughed. After taking another candy out of a snow pile. If the real animals with masks or kids with masks, how do they have tails? I don't know. No one knows. That bouncing on... What? Vocabulary increased by 30. Mommy, he's 6. Шестерки. Oh my. Increased by 30 words. what is said in Russian, and I won't tell you. Okay. Enjoy. Oля went after her without thinking and laughed after taking another candy out of a snow pile.
Вы такие бодрые, на вас аж смотреть противно.
I'll answer everything later. You're so lively. It makes me sick to my stomach.
Давай не зевай!
And you stop being so passive.
Лучше беги с нами к Деду Морозу, пока все подарки не разобрали.
Run with us to Grandpa Frost while you're still presents left.
Скажешь тоже.
My first time saying this, and I won't hear from the beginning. No way.
Скорее уж мне на голову свалится 3 кило конфет, чем я поверю в байки лисицы.
I'm not hiding it. It's just that most of the time that I write in Russian, it's difficult to translate into the dialect of another. Of course. Так, I won't believe the fox tails unless 10 pounds of sweets drops on my head right now. It will be 10 pounds of sweets? Yes. When the actor... affirmation. And when the affirmation sweets started raining down off the bear's head, I couldn't stop myself from laughing at his ouching and bobbling his hand up and down. Я какой. Understand summary translation written sentences. Kiss go lost. Testy treats glistened in the snow. Teddy sneezed and pulled a little bear in the north candy out in his ear.
Я бы вздремнул часок, а уж потом пересчитал все эти шоколады.
Turbo. I take an hour-long nap and then count all these chocolates.
Такое подозрение, что тут не больше килограмма.
I suspect there are no more than 3 pounds here. Alisa shouted at us from the other side of the forest.
Не в этой жизни!
Maybe in another life.
Давайте скорее! Дед Мороз уже заждался нас во дворце!
Hurry up. Во дворце. 3 pounds of candies, damn. It is not a castle, it is garage. Grandpa Frost is already tired of waiting us in his castle. I shrugged and running loosened and grip of fear I felt all this time. Чё? Ух. Блинчики и тапочки. Блинчики, блин, нафиг. Блинчики. I remember when Grandpa buying me like a whole bag of the grocery store in Poland. Always. Чё? Like a kilogram. Something rounded whizzed past my temple. I decided it was a snowball, but then Ola proclaimed,
Зефир!
Zephyr. A type of soft confectionery popular in post-Soviet countries. It is made by whipping fruit and berries puree with sugar and egg whipped with a subsequent addition on the gelling agent. Панкейки, сырники, оладьи, лепешки. Do you know the meaning of these words? Oh. Тебе я хочу есть. Зачем? It's chocolate coated. It's and here is food. There is food and here is food. I'm hungry now. Its chocolate coated variant share the same family of treats with America Melomars, German что? Шококус? Daniel Shokokus. She says she's I translated already. And Iranian Bastini Rezestini Zemestini Bastini Zemestini Shokokus. Daniel Shokokus? Shokokas? Am I right? Okay. Disappeared suddenly.
Не подбирай, он испачкался.
The first was, you said, Shokokus. Shokokus, okay. Don't pick it up, it's dirty.
Ты что, веришь в микробов?
Do you believe in microbes?
А ты нет?
And you don't?
Раньше верила.
I used to. Семецко-шоколадный поцелуй. Остальное не знаю. Звучит что-то как что-то вкусное. Шоколадный поцелуй. Прям. Прям сочненько. Хорошо прям. A graceful rows of colossal pines greeted us with their rustling boughs. It is the similar like in German, in Italian, and in Russian. Like analogs. Show drifted upwards into the endless black sky just like last time. Snow piles lightened up like melted silver.
Как же красиво! А я думала, в лесу страшно.
So pretty, and I thought the forest was scary.
Нас родители пугали лесом, снегом и совой.
Parents told us scary stories of the forest old in snow.
Ну а мы с собой играли в снежной чаще под луной.
But we weren't one bit worried playing with her when moon grew. I did my best to keep track of Oda's movements, but it was a difficult task. My sister would jump inside bushes, picking up more candy, only to get back to the trail laughing. Шоколадный поцелуй is just the same as for us. And the sugary foam cream, yes, covered chocolate with the waffle, without waffles and without covered in chocolate. But sometimes it can be covered with chocolate, but usually it is without chocolate. But yes, they say that it is similar. It is chocolate-covered variant shapes, the same family of treats. The same family, but not this. Okay. Hootie flew over our heads, landed on a branch, and started hooting and shaking her head. Generally, they almost don't use sugar in their stuff. I ordered waffles with whipped cream and no sugar. How they survive without no sugar? It is sweets, they should be sugary. What for? Oh, so strange. I like milk. Okay. Wolfie dug into the snow with his face, dragged out the pile of bubble gum and swallowed it without taking out the wrapping.
У тебя будет несварение.
Your tummy will hurt. You don't understand the meaning of words. Break it down into a few. Chocolate kiss. Never heard the word chocolate kiss before. Maybe yes. He just translated his chocokus. Sugar probably in everything here. Probably in everything here. Your tummy will hurt. Sure. The wolf got scared and spat out the gum ball. Oh my.
Враки, злые собаки. баке.
In Russia we have sugar everywhere. There is sugar, asphalt is sugar, sugar-free water is sugar. Oh, even this ginger is in sugar. Lies, 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 nasty flies.
Нет никаких несварений.
Nothing to except for sugar. Sugar is vodka. Vodka is life. Что? Так. Don't uncover our secrets, Daniel. It was a secret. Nobody's been secrets. Aloe vera and citrus acid. It's everywhere, absolutely everywhere. Tommy Aches doesn't exist.
Вся эта чушь случается только со взрослыми.
All that nonsense only happens to grown-ups. Remember? Alisa stopped in her track and moved a canopy of intertwined branches of the side in a pompous manner, like you would open the curtain in theater. Talk about it, please. But you are half right. Behind that obstacle, really? No, it's also with the light. No, I don't believe. You поняли, о чем я? That obstacle lay a clearing. There stood an ice castle glittering with silver. Сейчас шутку расскажу, давай.
О, это все взаправду?
Is it real?
Защипнуть тебя.
Защипнуть. Should I pinch you? I can keep secret.
Не надо ее щипать.
There is no need to pinch her. We stared at the sparkling miracle. Its tower, the walls were made out of snow and icy marble. So sus. I heard a calming sound of ringing little bells. There was also the smell of chocolate and burnt sugar in air. I think it is garage, boys. I think it is garage.
Милости прошу к нашему шалашу.
Welcome to our horrible abode. Come on in. She didn't have to invite us twice. We entered the castle, spinning around and squinting from the blinking sparkles. Чего? Чего? It's like icy Gerda and Kai. Snow Queen or what? Seems like Snow Queen. Grandpa Frost sat atop a shiny throne. Whoa. Yes, it is Snow Frost. Ded Moroz. He should be old dude. Puffy pom-poms snuffed atop the two peaks of his head. Snow White beard covered his kind smile. This is like a... not... It is... Where is it? Clowns? No, in Santa Claus has one pom-pom, and this is two. It is... Clown? Let it be clown, and he's... Frozen meets Santa Claus and shoot. Shoot, yes, shoot. How's it translated in English? I don't know. He looked just like I imagined him back in these days when I steam one pon-pon. Yes, one pon-pon. He looked just like I imagined him back In the day when I still believed in Mom's fairy tales, tall, strong, and hairy, radiating frost and warmth at the same time. Pon pon. Yes, yes. Pon pon, pon pon. And his voice, low and syrupy, enveloped me like the smoke of a festival bonfire.
Антон и Ольга.
Ого! Антон и Ольга.
Ох, и намучились же вы, ребятки, пока сюда добирались.
Пока сюда добирались. Oh, so nice. You probably got tired while getting here, my dear children. Ё-моё.
Что ты, дедушка? Мы быстро дошли.
Yes, Santa Claus, yes. It is two different people. And even our Ded Moroz is different person. Pompone. Oh, there is even the whole word for it, pompone. Yes, pompone. Oh no, Grandpa, we got here really fast. My sister spoke with the castle's master like she never spoke with adults, in a lively, carefree manner, as if they were the same age. Pompon.
Знаю, все знаю.
Pon. Pon means understandable. Pompon means pompon. Pon. Это было хорошо, это было прям очень хорошо. Я иногда даже забываю о том, что есть такое вообще. Ой, хорошо. Да, пон-пон. I'm sorry. Pon-pon. Of course, I know all about it.
Мне мои друзья докладывают.
Yes, yes, yes. Уча иностранцев с прелестью русского языка. Правильно, так и надо. Так и надо. I have a lot of friends. They tell me everything.
Кто был покладистым весь год, того подарок утром ждет.
I like how he talks. If you are diligent all year, you'll bring your gifts, my dear. I will... либо модератору, либо мне можешь кинуть в сообщение. Час. А мне ты и сможешь кинуть сообщение? Кинь модератору, а он кинет сюда в чат. I told... Я сейчас им такое закину, да. Mischievous bearded cookie. It is Daniel, it is moderator. Daniel, there will be a link for you. If you diligent all year, I will bring you gift, my dear.
А кто ленился и грустил, пускай он дедушку простит.
I'll also know Riba from Son. Riba from Watson. If you're lazy and upset, please forgive this kind old man.
Лентяем и грустяем, конфет не запасаем.
Грустяем. Ленинград. Окей. Рыба. Where there was рыба. Окей. Грустяем. Какое слово. Candy won't encounter lazy bones and downers.
А я не ленилась.
And I'm not lazy.
И о том знаю.
These two I know. It's like a mask. He also like have a mask, not the face, just mask. He gave us a long and evaluating look. His face, his real face, was hidden under the Grandpa Frost mask. Yes, it is mask. I know it. I was just standing there, unblinking, my gaze glued to the old man. Where is all of my friends? I could accept children living in the forest and fantastically jump towards the moon, but seeing Grandpa Frost in the frozen castle left me completely speechless.
Есть у меня для вас кое-что особенное.
Да, I have something special for you too. A sack appeared in the giant hands. My nostrils got attacked by the aroma of cocoa, halwa, and tangerines. Oh, halwa, a confectionery that originated from Persia, usually consisted of a thick paste made from flour, butter, liquid oil, saffron, rose water, milk, cocoa powder, and sweetened with sugar. What a nice game. Now I know what from halwa is made. Flour, butter, liquid oil. What does mean saffron? Oh, Fred. Hi. Milk. Okay. I tell the secret of music. Type in the name of any song on YouTube the next to the right gachi version. Oh fuck. Gachi I already showed him. Okay, let's go. This memes. No, today is not baking, but on Sunday. Yes, on Sunday will be. Gloves is with what I think I mean. Только рыба. Рыба моей мечты. I see. Okay. I see. Now I understand.
Спасибо, но мы уже ели конфеты.
Рыба моей мечты. Звучит странно. Да. At least you dumped the hospital. Fred, if something is wrong, just don't watch, and that's all. Thank you, but we are already eating some candy. He isn't. Oh, there is no music. No, there is some music. Grandpa Frost pierced me with his eyes.
Разве то конфеты были? Так, одно название.
Одно название. Ho, ho, ho. You can call that candies. That was nothing.
Вот у меня конфеты волшебные, прямиком из Небыляндии привезенные.
My candy is special, straight from Neverland. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Из Небыляндии?
Is never from Neverland?
Сразу бы вам их дал. Заслужили.
I'd give them to you right away. You clearly deserve them. Ой-ой-ой. It will take a bit longer. Thank you for the stream and enjoy evening. Thank you. If I do not return, okay. The phrase "the moon is beautiful today, isn't it?" is taken from Japan. Yes, I know. That one can die. Loved fish. Так, but rules are rules.
Надобно вам 3 дедушкины загадки отгадать.
Чего?
Попробуйте.
Загадки? You need to solve 3 of Grandpa's riddles. Want to try? I tried splitting my parches lips apart, but Oля was the first to reply. Yeah.
Тогда слушайте первую.
Okay, let's go.
В нем живут машины и хранятся шины.
Нет. It's just as much as a confession, but a bit odd to refer a person as a fish. Yeah, it is odd. No, it is garage. Что это? Что это такое? I looked around at the masked children. Что с ними? They stood without moving in the corner, but their shadows danced on the walls. I heard a low hum in my confession. I thought it was the sound of their rumbling stomachs.
Гараж!
Чё, Лен, нафиг? Ты чё, дед? Ты чё, дед? They gonna hit the children? I hope no. Ты чё, дед? Ты чё?
Верно. Теперь вторая загадка. Подключайся, Антон.
Sure. Now, on to the second one. You tried to solve it too, Антон.
Весь день ходит, как тень, посудой гремит, на всех
Да, не принимать.
шипит.
Блин, прослушала. All the day long, to the shadows they beyond. The rattler, the plates, and his their mates. Foreign, same brother. Чё. All day long, to the shadows they beyond. The rattlers, the plates, and his their mates. My eyebrows showed up in confusion.
Мама?
Ola raised her hands.
Можно я? Это кошка!
Верно. Хо-хо. Осталась последняя загадка и подарки ваши.
Correct. Here is... Это мама. Она шипит. Вот же ж. Гад. Вот же ж дед, блин, нафиг. Here is the last one. Solve it and the gifts are yours.
Только вот незадача, ребятушки.
The music man isn't heavy. Okay, oh, but what a stroke of bad luck, my dear children.
Запамятовал я, о чем же была эта загадка.
Чё, блин, нафиг, дед? Память, блин, выпей таблетки. I completely forgot what that riddle was about.
Может, наши друзья-зверята нам подскажут?
Чё там тут мутит воду? Maybe our little animal friends can help us. Чё, блин? Вы чё? Children in costumes surrounded us, laughing and stomping, only to start spinning in a crazy round delay that somewhat reminded me of the dance under my window on that fateful night. Grandpa Frost sits on his throne. At the kids he's smiling back. Mishok, please don't make them wait too long. Come and open your old...
Мешок!
Suck. Что такое? Grandpa Frost burst out laughing, satisfied.
Убедили старика. Получайте.
Okay, you proved yourself to this old man. Here you go. He scattered among... Рада пришел познавать прелести особого контента. I mean from the game. Okay. Я берегла его как могла. Daniel! Бог с тобой. He scattered a mountain of sweets from his scarlet sock, some of which I had never even seen in commercials before. Чё, Milky Way? Snickers. Ничего себе. Bubble gums of all shapes and colors, with tasty aromas and inserts sticking out. Чё? Kinder Surprise Twix. Хочу кушать. Lollipops the size of a first and tangerines the size of Ola's head. I also Snickers, Mars Bounty bars and Kinder Surprise eggs that we haven't eaten for so long already. Заботил твоего модера, теперь он испорчен. Нормально. Пусть познает действительно прелесть этой жизни.
Спасибо!
Oh, thank you. I whipped away the tears of joy of my sleeves when my inner voice persuaded me to get rid of all doubts. This is exactly what I wanted to my sister and myself. Но люди устроены так, что они будут... Он в любом случае загуглит. Он такой человек. Он 100%. Даже если ты ему скажешь никогда, там все, он все равно загуглит. Он слишком любопытный. The true Neverland without bullying and taboos. We are finally going to be happy! Hooray! Что с рукавами? What's with your sleeves? Grandpa Frost strutting up as he left his throne and threw his hands on the air over the threads. Two animals that stood to his sides also raised their paws. Their eyes sparkled brighter than precious germs. The wolf's mouth was wet with saliva. The kids will eat candies and the animals will eat them, yes?
А будет пир на весь мир!
Yes. Feast, my children. Ah, no. Animal kids rushed to devour candies one by one, pushing each other and growing their faces over smeared with something dark. No, it is not candies. It's not candies, yes? Ola grabbed the clothes. Нет. Нет. Там что, Катя, что ли, завернута? Батончики, чешо? Isn't it our dear girl that was... No, it is so disgusting. If it is Katya inside these candies. No. Ola grabbed the closed candy and tore off the wrapping. When I saw that, I felt a win inside me. Но здесь даже я скажу refuse. I even want to choose refuse because it is no music, for example. So. Смотрите-ка. Okay. I gripped Ola's wrist so hard that she squeaked, either from pain or from surprise. Don't. This is a very important point. I see. If I would like to be an animal in the future, I think I would take it, but I think I don't want also. Cautious whispers spread through the room. Ears switched on the masks. Shadows slid from one place to another.
Что такое? Что случилось?
What's wrong? Did something happen?
Ничего страшного.
Алиса, it's fine.
Просто Тоша верит в несуществующий диабет.
It's just Tosha believes in non-existing diabetes. What don't?
Расказни родителей.
Parents lie.
Разбудите меня, когда он перестанет валять дурака.
Wake me up when he stops fooling around. He will one more time suggest me, yeah? He smelled of caramel and just a tiny bit of dampness.
Давайте не будем портить праздник, друзья.
It is the forest kino. How is it? Music changed. Let's not spoil this wonderful occasion, my friends.
Сегодня каждый должен веселиться. Ешьте и пляшите.
Не надо напрягаться, надо радоваться. Everybody should be having fun today. Eat and dance. Ola tries to pull her hand away, but I kept it in my clutches. I looked at the sweets. What is it? Sweets. Then at the old tall man and tried to focus on the barely discernible stretch coming from him. The stretch of rot and decay masked with sugary aroma, the floor smell of a beast. It felt like I was finally able to shrug off some strong delusion. Fear, exhaustion, and coldness returned to me.
Спасибо, но мы сыты.
Thank you, but we are not hungry.
И мы пойдем, наверное. Мама с папой переживают уже.
And I think we'll be going. Mom and Dad are probably worrying sick already. I dragged my sister towards the exit, but Alisa stood in our path. Alisa! Крыса. Jelligami. Oh. She had a China pattern in her. I understand. Her hands. For a brief moment, I imagined maggots crawling inside it, but as soon as my eyes darted towards the offering, I saw gummy worms instead of worm meat, including writhing balls of living ones.
Прошу, Антон. Мы же друзья, правда?
Алиса, what the fuck?
Мы даже больше, чем друзья.
Как же стелет, прям, ну ты посмотри на нее. More sausages. I thought about it. That inside the candies it is some Katya. Suddenly, we are even more than friends.
Вспомни, что я обещала.
Да, хорошо. Remember my promise.
Никто не причинит тебе зла, пока я рядом.
Nobody will hurt you as long as I'm here. But what about my sister?
Не Оля.
Она читает меня. Как она? Don't go. It's very important. Oh, Danielle returned. Neither you nor Оля.
Съешь, пожалуйста, всего одну.
It's like with cigarettes when someone tries to suggest you something bad, and so please eat at least one.
Съешь, а?
Pretty please.
Антон, пусти!
Let me go, Anton, let me go.
Теперь и ты все мне запрещаешь, прям как мама.
You're little one. You're just like mom now, forbidding me from doing anything. Made out of kid folk. Oля convulsed hysterically, trying to free herself from my clutches.
Это неправильно.
It's wrong.
Все здесь какое-то неправильное.
Everything is wrong about this place.
Вот как?
Isn't that so? I think it is this garage.
А ты не задумывался, что из неправильного тут только твое мировоззрение?
О как! Have you considered that maybe the only thing that is wrong here is your perception?
Как ты думаешь, что делают те таблетки, которые ты глотаешь круглые сутки?
Опа! Even though I ever thought what those pills that you gulp down every day to you. Алиса крыса. Damn, Alisa, that's hard, yeah.
Они искажают реальность, путают мысли, уводят тебя со снежной тропинки.
They twist reality, they tangle your thoughts, they lead you away from the snowy trail. I looked at Alisa with suspicion, searching for a comeback, but I couldn't find one. I remember Vova's bloody mitten, but that was just an illusion.
Кто вы?
Who are you?
А на кого мы похожи?
And who we do look like to you? Like nightmares that ravage my sick mind.
С нами вас никто больше не накажет, не запрет в комнате, не бросит в одиночестве.
With us, nobody will ever punish you. Nobody will lock you up in your room or abandon you. He's this goat.
Отныне никто не заставит вас делать то, что вам не хочется.
From this moment on, nobody will be able to force Devil's Goat. Yes. Will be able to force something you don't want upon you.
Откуда вы знаете, чего нам не хочется?
How do you know? Where? Yes, the forest master, yeah. How do you know what we don't want? The old man rapped to Wolfie, who was munching loudly behind the ear.
Я знаю.
Oh, I don't know.
Мне шепчут ветра и тени, холодные звезды и безграничные небеса.
Winds and shadows whisper to me, as do cold stars and endless skies.
Они говорят, что дети не хотят взрослеть.
They tell me that children don't want to grow up.
Превращаться в тех, кто живет запретами, угрозами, наказаниями.
They don't want to turn into those who live by taboos, threats, and punishments. His voice grew louder and louder with every word.
Ожиданием старости и смерти.
Those who live waiting to grow old and die.
Дети живут мечтами.
But children live by their dreams.
О, я отлично знаю детские мечты.
Yes, there is a point.
И беззаботной
Just
жизни.
don't leave. Yes, that's the point. I know full well how children dream of a happy and carefree life.
Той, в которой есть чудеса и дикая свобода.
The life of wild freedom and miracles. His voice rang like thunder. It made all hair of my head stand on end.
Все это будет вашим, стоит только захотеть.
Все будет так, как ты захочешь. Солнце, пальмы, цветы. All of these will be yours. You only need but wish.
Стоит только попросить.
You only need but ask. And then he whispered.
Стоит только согласиться.
Ага. You only need but accept.
Согласиться.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's me. there it is. Yes. Oh, I have a story about accept, but later. Oля repeated after him like an echo, as if enchanted. Yes.
Да, моя дорогая.
No, yes, my dear girl.
Вкусить это.
Partake of this feast. The old man pointed towards the fox girl.
Я прошу тебя, ради всех нас, ради меня, ради сестры.
Please, I beg of you, for all of us, for me, for your sister.
Зайчик, отведай хотя бы кусочек.
Please, Bunny, take just a single
И
bite.
тогда ты все поймешь.
Uh-huh, and you'll understand everything. Ой-ой-ой. Да блин! Чё, блин? Чё? Обалдеть, посмотрите на это! Ой-ой-ой. Как красиво. Да, я поняла, что нет. Поняла я. Ну чё вы?
Yes.
Чё? Да блин. Скам, иди отсюда. Ой-ой-ой. I felt like chewing. I felt like chilling wind blew from the cavities of her eyes, from the dark holes of other beasts, and the... Что началось-то? Ты чё? Towering old man's tomb. The old face twitched nervously. The wolf's maw dripped with saliva. The bear shuffled his feet, any trace of sleepiness gone from his face. And from behind us towered the one who pretended to be Grandpa Frost all this time. Fucking truth.
Я сказал, мы уходим.
Dr. Jekyll scrutinized the screen. Чё? I said you're leaving. I gripped my sister's hand even tighter. Candy slipped out of her fingers and smashed around the floor. Оля started looking around frightenedly.
Я сказал, мы уходим.
I said we are leaving. Alisa parroted me, and despite everything, I felt immense anger.
Ну какой же ты все-таки
My, why do you have to be
дурачок?
such a dunce? Oi, oi, oi. I hear the flute's melody, but now it reminds me of cracking whip or even agonized convulsions of a fish that was thrown out of the ice. Music dangled about, striking at my ears. And then the crystal castle was filled with cries of children that slowly turned into beastly howls, intermingled with sounds of crunching bones and ripping skin. Чего? The china palette filled with brim with maggots smashed with tiny pieces. Чего? Alisa's orange fur coat ripped at the seams, letting out the clouds of floor-smelling fog. Her twisted face bared its teeth, and the stench attacked the nostrils again. Чего? Что за тентакли? Tentacles. The fox screamed, blood steaming down her cheeks like tears, making her fur sticky. Her bone-naked tail whipped against the walls with its vertebra. Там такая фраза будет. Волчонка интересная. Я громче уже сделала. I shielded my crying sister. Shielded. Horror. Все. I'm done. Horror drilled into my stomach, rushed through my guts, and rose up to my throat. I felt the urge to tear off my glasses and lose sight. I wanted to squeeze my eyes out and go blind forever. Чего? Это кто вообще? Это... Oh? I turned the face. Yes, it is Hootie. Fuck. I turned the face, the owl, and my face contorted from disgust. Как я буду спать? Why I played it at the night? How I will sleep now? Worms. Sweet dreams later. Thank you. Thank you. You are so cute, my little boys. Worms wriggled inside her mask's feathers. Her rotten beak snapped like gathered scissors. She was the boy. I staggered back and bravely avoided bumping into the wolf. It is wolf? His face was stretched out, his bones crunched. Teeth poked out of his feathering gums like shards of broken glass, and his swollen tongue kept on tirelessly licking them. Мерзость. At the edge of my vision, I saw the bear blocked our passage. Every inch of his body oozed scarlet ichor. I already turned so I can talk. If you'd taken the treated, it would have happened. You would have seen the way. You wouldn't have seen the way they turn. Of course. I'm looking forward to that scene when I will be eaten. It seems like it is the ending episode. Larv clogged his teary eyes. I pulled the shocked Ola close, looking at the exit in a panic. My foot ended up in the pile of sweet, but those were no longer candies. Yes, I told. Human remains blanket in the floor, ribs with shreds of meat on them and torn out jaws. Magic, magnificent candies, yes. A tooth necklace and moss-covered tiny skulls and scalps, swings. Very rich in protein. Danielle! I wanted to eat after it. I don't want anymore. I will be slim and healthy. Werewolves. There are werewolves. If Anton had tasted the deliciousness, it would be shown that scene where they become werewolves. Yes, I understand. Eat up. Oh, here we go. Modern animation. Beautiful. Very comics-like. The horned monstrous towered over me, clutching a bone flute in its low-clawed fingers. Flute. Oi, oi, oi. It is devil. Bellis, yeah. A giant goat that shed his kind old man form. Completely black, emanating hatred and malice. Not a demon, a god. Yes. God Valis. He scorched me with red hot coals inside his eyes cavities. His horns scraped against the ceiling. Ё-моё. Eyes cracked. Где мы? God, goat, not much difference. Ё-моё. It is legs. Ой, чё, блин, нафиг? Eyes cracked and thought dripping down, forming muddy. Yes, I remember the sound of flute, yes, and his flute is a bone. Fucking fuck. Forming muddy pools of water. Bearing metal walls that were hidden underneath it. Oh, I realized that we were boomed inside that cramped womb of a dungeon surrounded by howling beasts. All I could do was hug my sister even tighter and watch how the circle around us shrunk, how ugly paws reached out to us from behind the veil of a bloody fog.
Послушай, хозяин, я разорву их на части.
Let me grip them to shreds, master. The race is goat, to the affiliation is God, Valis protected the border between demons and humans. Okay. Yeah, I understand. He looks very...
Я вырву их глазные яблоки и трахну их сочащиеся раны.
I'll tear their eyeballs and screw their oozing wounds. Yes, very good night story, very relaxing. I really have nice night after it. The girl in Wolf's mouth snapped like a bear trap. Alice is not a rat, I like to splattering thick white foam towards us. But he was immensely pushed away by rotting bad carcass. No, what is going on with his hand? No way, it's my turn to have fun. I got so tired of listening to their fucking dribble. Когда слышишь Тедди, представляешь мишку, а тут это. Та-да. Капец. Trash. Oh, I ripped the skin off this little brat while she is still alive, right in front of her brother. What the fuck?
Я заставлю его съесть собственную сестру. Накормлю его досыта ее потрохами.
Так, переходим на водичку. I'll make him eat her. Ну, короче, very appealing story.
Пожалуйста, хозяин.
Please, master. It felt like his face was about to tear apart, cracked like an eggshell, letting out something even more sinister, nasty, scary. Gnarly old crowd grabbed at the green beer, stopping him from getting close. Чё, блин? She's mine, you scumballs. Scumbags. Get your paws off the girl. So the main point was not him. It was this girl, to lead this girl out. The crackling zoo formed a fur ball that started rolling in guts and soft fat. They hauled through with each other, tore out scraps of fur and feathers, ready to rip each other apart like a pack of hungry dogs fighting the leftovers. Where is Fox? The good question is. A sudden squeal of the flute pulled them apart as if someone's tugged of their lush leashes. A master of the pack charmed the monsters with his soul-rending music, turning them into unmoving, silent marionettes that faithfully awaited his commands. Alice waifu. Still waifu. The goat stopped nibbling on his shin bone flute. Beautiful. Yes, okay. She will eat us, yes. It's devilish melody that sounded like a chorus of children being run over by a steamroller went silent from one last time. A chunk of raw human flesh flopped behind my sparking feet. Eat or be eaten. Чего? Consumed by fear, I turned towards Oля. She laid by the wayside, covered in pink snow. It's me, it's still me. Just like a sleeping beauty in the cartoon. She probably lost consciousness from this soul-rending spectacle. I wanted to wait to go mad, to die quickly and painlessly right there and now. Of course, if their snow is pink, totally. What do you mean by pinks? Pinks. No, I mean it's for the button. It's nice that this snow is not golden. I don't know. I wanted to wait. It's not about pink. It's about consciousness. Don't eat the young. I wanted to wait, to go mad, to die quickly and painlessly, right there and now. But Alice, I couldn't. I was still inside this torture chamber, choosing between a gruesome ants inside the monster's stomachs and cannibalism. Fuck. Bull and meat. Alice is not a rat, I lied. I see. Woolen meat grinders kept on starting at me with their greedy, infinitely hunger eyes, ready to grow at my bones before eventually eating. It's an important piece, you understand now, okay? My bones before eventually eating them, if I dare refuse their master's offer. But if I was to agree, I'm sure I would lose my free will, just like them. I'll turn into a perpetually hunger monster that dance to the tune of a bloodthirsty madman. And it surely lead Oля and all those who I hold dear to their deaths. My lips trembled and feeling of juicy turned my stomach inside out, but somehow I found the strength to scream.
Никогда и ни за что! Я человек!
No way, never. I'm a human. I see. Although for some people, those words could be later used as my epitaph, but I knew that my remains were destined to never be found. My surroundings went dead silent. Eat them, bleed them, tear them apart. The horn shadow consumed us. I don't want to be eaten. Alisa rushed to the goat and stood between us, ridiculously tiny compared to the giant monster. Her tail dragged after her, leaving behind a scarlet trail. fleece jumped around her back and the bones streaked out of it.
Подожди. Не спеши так. Не стоит.
Oh. Wait, don't. No need to be hasty.
Зайчик нам еще пригодится. Зайчик нас покормит. Вкусненько.
Вкусненько. We still have use of the bunny. He will bring us a tasty treat.
Для медведя и лисы.
For the fox and for the bear.
Зайчик, кушать принеси.
Bunny, tasty meals prepare. Flames inside his eye socket stopped trembling. Steel dolls bared their teeth in anger.
Разве это зайчик?
You call him Bunny?
Разорвать и сожрать!
Tear apart and swallow up.
Самозванец!
Imposter.
Кожаный мешок с требухой!
God-filled meatbag.
Заткнитесь, пустомели!
Bulldog, hi, hello. Nice to see you here. So late at night. Oh god, how much time it is already. Shut up, buffoons.
Разве вы не чуете? Разве вы не помните?
Can you feel it? Have you forgotten?
Когда он чуть не укусил луну на снежной поляне.
Чёрный нафиг. The moment when he almost took a bite out of the moon at that snowy clearing. The cannibals went silent, slowing saliva in disappointment. I haven't been there, just sitting quiet. As usual. Bulldog. Alisa, in the meantime, took a sharp turn and... Ля, как просто! Ты посмотри на нее. Returned to the form of a cute child with a fox mask on that I met for the first time one January morning. Alisa the rat, I lied again. A liar. She glided towards me, dissolving the horrors around us with the smell of tangerines, firecrackers, and magic. Her soft paws touched my cheeks, removed the sticky strand of hair from my forehead. What a crazy day he has. Actually, a crazy evening and night. So much events. И будет ради чего я тут сидел. Чё, кис будет? Кис! Чего? Блин, нафиг. So much events. Alisa, he lost girl, got sausages and found a waifu. Почти. Чё, блин, нафиг тут? Чё? Alisa embarrassed me and whispered in a sweet voice.
Тоша, ты хочешь спастись?
Do you want to save yourself, Tosha? I stayed silent, gritted my teeth. I was afraid to look away, afraid that this fleeting illusion could get shattered.
Мой милый, скажи, ты хочешь спастись?
Ах ты крыса. Tell me, sweetie, do you want to save your sister? Tears sprayed from my eyes as I wept. Yes. I continued to sniffle and shake, grabbing of the hem of the fox girl's long coat.
Скажи громче, чтобы все слышали.
Да блин, ты чё? Say it louder so that everybody could hear you. Good that I totally do not have ambiguous mind. Delirious from sorrow, I screamed, my face awash with tears.
Да!
Ты чё, блин, нафиг? My mouth was immediately filled with the metallic aftertaste of blood. Ты чё, блин, нафиг? Она настала, ура. Фу, блин, фу. Да блин, она обычно так и делает. Говна кусок. Блин, нафиг. Фу. Sausages inside my mouth. The fox's black fingers kept pushing a chunk of human flesh deeper down my throat. I fell to my knees, coughing up blood, unable to vomit it out. Ты, блин. Сейчас кое-что будет. Он превратится тоже после этой сцены? Rotting carcasses of humans. I wanted to eat.
Какое посмешище!
What a joke.
Позволь, хозяин, я откушу от девчонки самую малость.
Go away. Master, let me take a small bite from a girl. I will bite you. Блин, нафиг. Ой. Bonnie will save the day. Boiling anger swallowed up my mind. Something foreign and primitive burst. Yeah, I will bite him. Burst forth, pounced from inside me.
Только попробуй, и я вырву твой поганый язык и засуну глубоко в клаку, ты безмозглая курица!
Та-та-та, есть, чё нет? Ты чё? Let me see you try. I'll tear out your filthy tongue and shove it deep down your cloak. You brainless chicken. Да, конечно, на русском звучит лучше. Испугалась. She's scared. The ominous owl jumped away in surprise, accompanied by the fox cackling. Bunny's clearly having a bad day. Фу, блин, нафиг. My voice went out and then I bent in half. Yep, something didn't get. Vomit poured out of my mouth. A man with a part of tree. Фу. 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 You're right, Bonnie. Bonnie! His finger poked me. I felt like a knife was long handled deep into my solar plexus. Your turn to treat us.
Добудь следующей ночи мясо, а иначе...
Блин, нафиг. Get us some meat until tomorrow's night. Or else. Or else. Alisa silently stepped into the shadows and the goat put his foul-smelled maw right into my face and roared. Не надо кушать мою семью, or else we are eat in your entire family. He knocked his hoof against the floor, and I ran for my life, forgetting about everything else. Where is my sister? What the fuck? Where I'm... It's a fiasco. I heard them scream at my back. We'll eat you up alive. Chopping, chopping, chopping. Sharps of eyes fell on my shoulders. Dead rottens frozen inside them. I managed to break free to the place where pines moved their branches and showed me with snow like cooks sprinkling salt and porridge. Как плохо. The wind tore off my hair. I turned around and froze over.
Гараж, я говорила! Я знала! Да я, блин, знала!
I knew it! The garage was disappearing right in front of me, dissolving in layers, becoming dim and then transparent before a gust of wind finally swept away the phantom of black walls. Only then I realized that I let go of my sister a long time ago and she was left behind in a monster's den. Nice. There was only a giant snow pile left in place of the castle. A girl's wrist poked out of it, like a cross would poke out of a poor mound. Terrified, I rushed over to the snow pile and started digging. Oh! Ola's pale face, along with one of her shoulders, appeared from under the white mass. Her bluish lips trembled. She's alive.
Я сейчас!
Hang in there. My throat went dry when I remembered that I shouted the same words to Kata before. I continued, digged, and prayed for her to hang on. At some point, I was able to see her stomach. I'm cold. Her voice was faint.
Ничего.
It's okay.
Отнесу тебя домой, согрею. Шоколадом напою. Ты только не засыпай, слышишь?
I'm carry you home. I'll get you warm by drinking her chocolate. Just stay awake for me. You hear? Just... My fingers come across something sticky and hot. Чего? I cleared out more snow. It turned red and mushy. No. What this? What's this? I gulped.
Почему ты не отвечаешь?
Why won't you say anything? Понятно. How could I tell her? No. No. Да нет. Ну вы чё? Ola's body doesn't exist below the stomach. Rings of dust fell out. Да блин, нафиг, вы чего? Я так больше не играю.
So many dumb ways to die.
You're
Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die.
Нафиг, я буду сейчас плакать. Be prepared. I will cry. Ola tilted her head and started at the horrifying corpse. Let out the deafening scream. Both of true detective or you examine the object of are deeply grateful for everyone who purchased the game in early access. All the profits will go to the fucking fuck. I don't want. I wouldn't want to play anymore. Congratulations on ruining your evening. This is the correct ending of this episode. If you had eaten candy, the bunny would have become monster and they would have given it away. This would not have been shown to us. Их бы отпустили. Я не буду плакать. Нет, что там за сообщение выше? Где оно? А, они бы ее съели. Ну, клёво. Nice game. Best. How to... I want to save. Блин, а как... Fuck. I couldn't save. Должен был преподнести что-то поесть, если что находится рядом. Fuck. Чё? Подожди, там в конце был Бяша, да? Чего, блин, нафиг вообще? I don't understand. And to tell the truth, now I'm so sad that I don't want to understand it. В конце каждого всего из пропавших персонажей. Да, там был только Бяша. Блядь. Могли быть Полина, Рома и Бяша. Полина, Рома и Бяша. Лучшая концовка там, где Бяша умер. Какое... How cruel this game is. Very cruel. And I couldn't save it. We will play it one more time. Fuck. I don't... Все. Блин, нафиг. Все. Nice evening. Cool. I will not eat today. It is already 12 a.m. 31 декабря будет 5-я часть. Да это чё? Блин, а я буду играть. Прикольно. So it's a new day, time to eat. So it's a new day, time to eat. Конечно. Of course. Fucking fuck. So cruel. But if it is really true and I didn't miss no one but Basha. But Basha also... Oh. Very bad game for the evening. Very bad. Meantime, Похавал. I'm going definitely nothing for children or easy-minded. What for I played? Okay, I think I need to stop. I thought I will be here for 4 hours. It's already 6 and it's already high time to sleep. I wanted to eat now. I don't want. I will not. At least you need the rest for sure. Та сцена с Алисой, я поставлю ее себе на телефон. Хорошо, enjoy. What was it about? The story about except you missed. She suggested the candies, but it was not candies. It was bones and meat and so on. That's why we shouldn't have accepted, and we haven't, and we had what we had. No matter. I want to eat. Just candies. Not these candies. No, to tell the truth, the story is amazing. Да. Да блин, я голодная. Вообще пофигу. Ну, типа, в периоды описания было мерзенько. А так. Ты не ты, когда голоден. What I told. My impressions. Very nice, but really the description. Пойду залью себе газировкой. Oh, enjoy. Sometimes it's very too much. Very too much. Ah, nice music. High time to listen to nice music. So yes, it's really, the description are really impressive, and the animation and the picture itself changed significantly. It becomes better, really. I hope all the money that and all the money and all the stuff that popularity, so to say, famous how this game is, it influences on the quality. And yes, I guess there will be more plot twist. Of course it will be. The 5th episode will be, as Krupp said, on 31st of January, December. That's why we'll see. Так, it's high time to go to sleep. Have a nice night. Already night. Thank you for being with me for so long. 1,5 литра газет. Ты, деточка, не лопнешь? Thank you again for this. Thank you for being with me. Very good after that day. Консервированные ананасы и мороженое. Что еще нужно для счастья? Поесть. I think I will eat. Like, I'm hungry. But I'm not sure. Maybe cocoa. Cocoa. Of course you will eat. Yeah, no, they can be safe. Oh, same. Thank you for this evening, Bulldog. In time when it is description, it is hard. I'm sensitive to this shit, but after all, the best stream to eat. The best after stream time to eat. Так, ладно. I'm going to go to have a break. See you tomorrow. And thank you for being with me. For this nice evening and nice game, really. Hola.